Val, who said she wanted to
Just remove it?
No, I don't want to pull mine. I want to discuss number 21.
Separate matter.
So
Okay.
we have to do this in another batch. So that I
Well,
can,
no, here we go. Okay. So, our board, one, two, three. Okay, the regular, wait.
If she recuses, I'll make a motion to address her concern.
Oh, you know what it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, are you okay with
yeah,
that? All right. So Val is going to recuse from the remaining items, okay?
And I'll make a
Val
motion.
is, just one second, sure. Val is recusing from the remaining items 2 through 30. And so that means that Stephen will sit as the associate for our complete board, okay?
3 and 30?
No, we're voting on consent items numbers 2 through 30. Val is recusing because she is in that batch.
And I'll make a motion to hold 21B Vestal Street for discussion.
21B Bastrop Street, what number is that?
21.
21 just happened.
This one.
Okay, so Stephen, would it be safe to say that,
With approval of all the other items I can see.
right. Okay, so Stephen has made a motion now to approve all the items on the consent agenda, items 2 through 30, excepting item 21. All those in favor of Stephen's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Now, we have this item 30 that we can take up.
21.
21.
Oh my God.
It's just
really,
Too much
really-
sun.
No,
it's
too much,
too bad.
Too much of white everything.
the agent isn't here.
Well, do you want to hold for, make a motion to hold for
I would
representation?
really rather not, if there's any issues relating to this, I would rather not have it move forward. What's this?
It had some HSAB concerns that I read, and I didn't feel
Okay, so
It should
you
go
did your
on
due
consent
diligence,
without
I really
discussion.
appreciate that. So
Yeah.
what I think we have to do
take it off
is
consent.
it's off, it already is off consent. And so can we have a motion? John, I'm sorry, it's getting very complicated. Item 21, under consent,
21.
item 21 has been removed from the consent agenda. And I would like somebody to make a motion to hold that for representation because there are HSAB comments.
Right.
Diane has made a motion to hold for representation on item 21 under consent. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, I think that took care of that.
Oh,
All right,
boy.
now we have consent with conditions. Let's see how this goes. I think everyone,
Motion to approve.
all of our regular members can sit on this, correct?
Yes.
All
I
right,
make a
then all
motion to approve 1 and 2.
1 through 5. I
Or if you want to take it all at one time, 1 through 5.
Yes, I would appreciate that. 1 through 5, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. John, are you in or are you abstaining? Abstaining. Okay, 4 in favor, 1 abstention. Okay, synthetic materials people, come on up. Okay, so this is a presentation about some synthetic trim that we've been meaning to have for, I don't know, a year, maybe more, and it's finally making it onto our agenda. Now, I have one thing that I want to say about this in the interest of time. I would like these gentlemen, who are all, I believe, from the Builders Association, correct?
Correct.
All from the Builders Association who put together this presentation for us to present. We can ask questions relating to the materials, but I really think that just for the people that are waiting in the audience to be heard, I would like to stop the conversation at an informational level, and that at another point, we will then take it up as how we want to adopt all this as policy.
At the end,
At the end of the meeting,
well, in the other business.
well, let me just say, at
As a-
some other time.
Oh,
As a separate
okay.
discussion.
As a
Okay.
separate discussion. So they're gonna show us all this stuff.
Okay.
We're gonna ask all the relevant questions, then they can go on their merry way. I think one of you has to catch a boat or something home. Anyway, so that's
Okay.
that, okay? Okay, Just so we have it, your three names for the record.
But my name's Vin Ramo, this is Steve Cheney, and this is Mark Stanley.
Thank you.
And we're just here to answer any questions and maybe show you guys some of the new materials that are on the market.
So why don't you walk us through? So it looks to me like you have a standard, is that a Marvin sash back there?
Correct. It's a Marvin window. But if I may, before we get started, I just want to add that we're here on behalf of the Nantucket Builders Association, as you had mentioned, and we're not proposing that you adopt any of this material. We've just been asked to present information as we know it.
I think we all understand that. Yes, thank you.
Just to reiterate, I've done a lot of research on this personally because over the past 3 years, the price of cedar has almost tripled, and I've been to a lot of seminars on these particular products, and so I think I've got a pretty good understanding of some of it. Mark is a representative of a lumberyard, so we thought it was good to have someone less biased, but he's also here to present information.
Okay.
So what we have is 4 different materials here. One of them is AZAC, one of them is boral, one of them is cedar, and one of them is a pine product. They're all interchangeable. This surround is fastened together, but it's loose on the window, so we could swap them around. But all the material here, as you can see, has been site finished. The two that we're really talking about here are Boral is the manufacturer, and it's a product made of 70% recycled fly ash. Fly ash is a byproduct of the coal manufacturing process. So it's the ash that flies up in the air, gets collected, and otherwise is either used in the manufacturing of concrete or wood products. So that material is again fly ash and a resin. The company's been around for about 10 years. The product's been in use for about 10 years, and the benefits of both the boral product and the AZIC are that it doesn't absorb any moisture, so it's certified direct contact with concrete. It doesn't expand the way wood does. It doesn't absorb moisture, so the paint material on it lasts a lot longer than it does on wood. It obviously doesn't rot, and I think you'll be hard pressed to tell the difference between that and the real cedar. Again, factoring in that the cedar that we use isn't a number 2, but it's a number 1 clear cedar. So you're not seeing any. You guys, none of us are installing wood that has knots in it. It's going to be painted. If there's heavy graining in it, the sanders are usually sanding it all out. There's a small sample that we can pass around. Oh, you guys have that sample.
Oh, the boral, yeah.
So the boral down at the end of the table, that has 2 sides to it. One's a smooth and one's a wood grain. Probably the closer product of the cedar would be the smooth finish. As you can see, it feels like wood. It cuts like wood. Using the same materials is what I mean. Use the same fasteners. And boral, the boral, to speak to that one first, that requires priming. So after 6 months, if you haven't primed the material, it starts to, does it avoid the warranty or does it affect the warranty? No. But
You mean it has to be up on the building for 6 months untreated before?
no, if I said that, I misspoke. Boral wants you to finish paint the product within 6 months. Right. So
you can leave it exposed raw for 6 months, right?
Well, you kind of don't want to leave that, any kind of product.
exactly.
Not if you're gonna get your
Tar
HTC
paper or
certificate of approval.
Yeah.
Exactly. So it comes pre-primed. It doesn't. Neither boral or AZAC require priming. You can finish paint right over them. And what else I can tell you? The other thing I want to discern is the difference between the products that we selected to present today. Are being presented because A, they've been around for a while. B, they closely resemble wood when they're installed. But they're all, the departure is, there's also products like vinyl, which if you've seen in terms of like vinyl siding, vinyl corner boards, homes that have been produced, that product cannot be painted. That does move with heat. You'll see that product has the potential to warp if it's not installed properly. The materials that are before you here today, again, are installed the same way as wood, and they don't move around like a vinyl product does.
Do you mean sort of the same vinyl that was used on vinyl siding?
None of these are like that.
Well,
That's the difference
that-
between.
So, yeah, that's way different. I think
Yes.
that's the fear on this board, is that we don't want to allow us to creep into that area.
And I've got some paperwork that you can take with you. I printed up 6 of these. It's a little light, but there's one on AZEC there, and one on the Boral product.
So, I think we basically have a full spectrum from 100% natural wood, which is the red cedar, right, which has been in use for 100 years. We have a treated pine, correct? It's not off-the-shelf pine, it's treated.
That's actually one of the samples.
Is pine wood with something infused into the grain to keep it from rotting. Then we've got the one with the fly ash, which is, fly ash is arguably a quote-unquote natural product, but it's held together with, did you say epoxy? All right,
It's 70%.
70% recycled material. But that recycled material, just to be clear, is not wood, it's fly ash. And then we have AZEC, which is 100% synthetic material.
It's a PVC based.
Correct.
And I don't know if Steve, you said this or not, but Mark and I were just talking. The recommendation is for all these products is to paint them.
I think I'm stating the obvious. Like, if we have a natural trim house, there's only one choice, and that's red cedar. So all the things we're talking about are painted.
Right.
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay. And a concern when this has come up with the board before in the past is getting a new product up and then realizing like 2 years too late that it's a really terrible product. Like, I think, Mark, you probably remember when they were peddling finger jointed pine for exterior trim, and all was great, and then it started just coming apart after a few years. And it was thankfully not on too many houses, but it was a disaster. And so I think we're interested in knowing a little bit about how long these products have been around, how they look, things like that.
Well, I can tell you, over on the mainland on the Cape, the AZEC product has been around for over 20 years. I've been using that product a long time. I would say that 80% of the buildings that are going up right now are using composite products for trim and siding, whether it be PVC product, the Boral, and in a lot of cases they use the cement products, cement siding.
Cement. Oh, we've heard about
Yeah,
that. Yeah.
hardy siding.
Yeah.
But the products have been around a very long time, and they've proven to the test of time so far over there. The Boral, in my opinion, I think Steve would agree, seems to be the most, when you look at it, it resembles wood the most out of all the products.
Because of the grain
Because of the grain,
pressed into it.
it doesn't expand and contract at all, whereas the AZEC does move a little bit with temperature. The PVC products will expand and contract with temperature. Other than that, they don't move with exposure to water or moisture or anything. They're very stable.
Coral. That's the fly ash.
But like I said, on the Cape and the rest of the United States, they're using this product all over, and we haven't had any issues.
Or not the United States.
Or not in the United
Where mine are out.
Right, John? Back there in America, they do things a little differently than we do out
They
here.
don't care.
Okay, so thank you, folks. And so have you all guessed which is which?
You mean which one is the boral?
Yeah.
Can we touch it?
The
There's
side-
one-
If you go up there and touch them, you really can't tell. My guess is the wood is the first one on the right.
The
And it's a
shiny
little
one
bit
is-
lighter than the others, but
This is the only
up
fun we're
close
gonna
and
have, so let's
personal, you
get up
can't
there.
tell.
Yeah, go for it. It sounds like tons of fun.
Ray, does the public get to comment at some point?
Of course. Linda, hey, folks, this isn't, I want there to be some semblance of order, okay? But we're not voting on anything tonight. This is an informational session strictly. So if you have a question or anything that you want to ask these guys, feel free.
No, I just want the HDC members to know that we already had boral in here.
Boral,
Boral several years ago.
yeah,
They came in when we were talking about safety path,
yes.
and we had samples of it in the office. It's probably still there somewhere. But they brought this and a bunch of other stuff in, and the board at that time, where most of these guys weren't on it, were very favorably received because of the nature of the composite itself. And I'm not exactly sure that Satchel Path doesn't have it. Because it came in through that discussion with them way back when, because they were trying to save costs. At one point it was more expensive, but it's not now. But the HCC members sitting at the time were favorably predisposed towards it.
Mm-hmm.
I think Station's
Not me.
going bodyguard.
I go bodyguard?
That was bodyguard.
Bodyguard is a prime, I think it's going to find.
Oh,
But they
okay.
started out, that's why they got into this, but for all that back then. HCC thought we were a buyer.
Mark, just curiosity, might that have been a cost consideration? It was, okay.
That's why.
It wasn't because Boral wasn't gonna work properly and the other product was cost, okay. Thank you, Linda, that's informative. I know this discussion has been going on in various forms for years now.
So could you just tell us what the numbers are on page for further discussion, because I have my favorites, but like, I just want to know. Are they numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4, or?
Are they numbered?
Yeah, we numbered them so we can.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
okay.
One's all the way, yeah, just a little more.
That's the wood, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, you can say now, let's,
This is the cedar right here.
okay,
And number 4 is the AZAC all the way through.
okay.
And I'll let you figure out which
That's the shiny
one is
one.
which in the middle. One of those is lifespan.
Okay.
Number 2 is lifespan.
Okay.
Which one of those is wood?
The first one.
This is.
No, don't tell him.
Oh, you wouldn't hear me.
He didn't hear you. Which one of those is wood?
Look at the left.
He told you.
Was actually 2 of them were wood.
Which other one is wood?
Two of them
Lifespan
are
is wood.
wood.
The other is.
Yeah, there's another wood one.
Okay, fine, the wooden. That's not my comment.
What is your comment, John?
You know, once you're painting, you don't know if it's wood or what it is.
Will you
Right.
stop?
When you got the stuff, new type of stuff coming out, right? And what I see in this magazine here, right, the thing, actually, the casings, right? The casings, what are in this structure right here. Casings are too narrow, they're not.
Oh, well, it comes in, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I mean, I think it comes in different sizes. Right?
Right,
But also, see, like, they make sills, that's a simulated red cedar or mahogany sill that they put underneath the double hung window. So they make all different sizes and shapes of this stuff.
there's two differences I think of. One is that,
AZAC?
the old historic area,
Yep.
all right, off the new out of town stuff. The out of town, we have to bend a heck of a lot because there's so much trophy houses. They don't match Nantucket's, most of them, in my opinion. But synthetic material, all right. We had one in Wisconsin, guy built, trimmed his house, and
Oh,
that's synthetic, remember that?
Low Beach Road, right?
Yeah, had to strip it all down, put wood on it. Now, if you're gonna use synthetic, I would say don't try to use it in the old two historic areas, Wisconsin and County.
Well, John, so that I think is something that we want to discuss at length in terms of what's appropriate in what area. And that's, so now that we've had the presentation, and I invite everybody to chime in if you have any questions or anything. It's interesting. Last night I was at the planning board and your chair, do you remember her saying something? I found it very interesting.
The affordable housing affordability.
She said,
council.
it would be really nice if the HDC were able to work on not the process, the review process or whatever, to be able to allow affordable housing to actually be affordable. And I felt like I had a lot to say on that score, but I didn't want to go there just then. But I do think that it's something that's worthy of our board discussing together as part of this whole discussion that we're going to have regarding our policies that would be shaped around that. The other issue, of course, is, again, correct me if I'm wrong, but these products seem to be coming like, somebody mentioned a product to me, I believe it was you, Linda, said, oh, there was such and such that came out like 2 years ago and it was awful. What? Nelco? So one of the things that we really have to be very careful of is that something has been sort of proven, years have gone by, it stands up, doesn't disintegrate, whatever, so that we're approving something that we know is going to last and look good in perpetuity.
One question I have is just, so we take these, we put them outside for 10 years and just over time, paint's gonna start peeling and chipping. What are they gonna look like if they haven't been painted or protected?
Actually, my understanding of at least 2 of those products is that you don't have to repaint them. Basically, you paint them, unlike red cedar, which you paint every 3 years. AZAC you paint like once every 10 years. Now, is this AZAC?
Yeah.
All right. So that's it, right?
That's what you see after
it's
paint
white.
goes. Yeah.
So if you put paint on there, and let's pretend for a moment that all the paint flaked off within a year, it'd look like you were down to the primer. You know when you drive by an old house and all the gray paint's flaking off?
Go
and
by
see the
my
white-
mother's. It's all peeling.
Okay. There you go. I think that's the look. You wouldn't be seeing bright red or blue or anything underneath there.
The only other thing I should mention, Ray, you were speaking to the sizing. It comes in 2x stock and 1x 3/4 inch stock, but both of these materials, both the AZEK and the Boral, are also millable just like wood. So if you had a specific profile that you were trying to match, or a crown, or a bevel, it all mills just like regular wood as well. Unlike the vinyl product, which is literally just plastic.
I think we could sort of
I just want
check
to
that
throw
one
one
off
thing
the
into, from a supply side.
Yeah.
The trees just aren't abundantly available like they used to be.
Correct.
So trying to get large pieces for your rakes and your fascias, we all want 5x10, 1x10 fascias and rakes. That stuff in long lengths is going to be more difficult to get as time passes. The nice thing about these products, they're manufactured, so the availability in long lengths is obviously going to be there. So, we're further down the road trying to get long length materials. We all struggle with fir gutter out here trying to get long lengths.
Yeah.
And, that's another topic for another day, but I think that's another, thing to keep in the back of your mind.
Okay. Thank you, Mark. Any further questions?
On, of the whole thing?
On the materials, because
I-
I would like, once again, Diane, now that we've seen the materials, and hopefully we can find a spot for those, so that if anyone wants to look at them afterwards, you know, maybe we can arrange to have them someplace.
Yeah, I can go back and pick them up tomorrow. We can leave it there, or we can.
Well, I kind of meant longer term.
Oh, long term.
You know, so that,
Yeah.
I haven't figured that out, but let's talk about it. But so, Diane, I'm sorry,
Yes.
you were about to say.
No, there are a few things that I'm not sure what exactly, how pointed they were, but it says that easily curve and shape through heat forming, beautifully decorative, complementary, and enduring.
Is that, oh, that's AZAC.
That's ASIC,
Yeah.
so you have a fire in the front of your house and all of a sudden your trim is gone. I don't know whether that's the type of heat they're talking about or they do it in the factory somewhere. I don't,
You mean, the molding
Yeah.
part about it? I think it's a different degree of heat, like,
right, it
They're
doesn't
not
say
setting it
that.
on
It
fire.
doesn't say which degree it is.
yeah.
And what is, it says use 100% latex, acrylic latex paint with an LRV of 55 or higher. What is LRV?
I see context.
Something resistance value.
Lifetime.
It's probably like a solar or some other type of a resiliency factor. Light resistance, variable light.
My guess it just means how opaque the paint is.
I can tell you it's not a specific paint with the
So
Benmore and the Sherwin-Williams products that they sell.
it's a color, Mayor, what it is just looking at the context, it's the value of the depth of the color. So what they're saying is a black is 100%. A light blue is probably like a 30%. If you use a black, it's gonna affect the stability of the wood because it's gonna gain solar heat gain.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
The Boral does have a UL value, there's UL rating. It does
Oh.
have a moderate rating, because it is fly ash. It is moderate.
Considering that we're using red cedar right now, which is like the most flammable thing in the universe.
It's light reflectivity value.
Light, there you go. So black absorbs and light colors.
and white
Correct.
puts it off. I think that probably the biggest help will be when we are able to discuss it. I think following the rules of the HDC is number one. I think that in areas, it could be used outside the historic areas. I'm not sure it decreases the value of the house. That's something that I'd like to know about. If you put this on a house on a Neoport Road that's outside the historic area, would the value of the house remain the same, or is it better with these products or less?
Well, let's just say, take a hypothetical. So the finger jointed pine that we mentioned
Yeah,
a while
before.
back, that was a disaster,
Right,
would clearly devalue a house if you were trying to sell the house 3 years after you trimmed it out and it's all falling apart.
right.
I think the idea here is that these products have all been around long enough, so that doesn't seem to be a concern.
Mark, warranties, I know that Boral is 20-year. The PVC cellular, the AZAC, do you know how long the warranty is on that?
I don't know the exact warranty.
Any idea if it's 10, 5?
I know when I talked to the rep today, he said the half-life is actually equivalent to a nuclear product.
Yeah.
It's,
So that's good for a
you
while
know,
too.
it's gonna outlive all of us.
Yeah.
So,
Just with respect to durability versus, for instance, finger jointed pine.
And also one interesting thing was, they tell you, I guess that's ASIC. It says, depending on degree of cleaning needed, power wash, or hose loose dirt off the trim board. If using a power washer, be sure to test the pressure setting and nozzle first to ensure that the surface of the trim will not be damaged. Other cleaning methods include a mixture of the detergent. So that's interesting. You can't see what would happen on a piece that big, but if you're going to do a big area, it might be a concern. I think there are other things we have to learn about the different products.
Okay, well, these samples, thank you very much, you guys, for putting this all together.
Yes, thank you.
And, you know, well, take them with
Can
you.
you just
Take
lift
them
it
with
off
you.
my presentation?
What did you say, Val?
Can you lift it off my presentation? I'm gonna need it.
Oh.
Hey, Mark.
So listen.
Mr. Chairman, may I just?
Okay.
Yeah. Mark, if you wanna maybe text from I think we have each other's numbers from the shingles. We can put them in the barn in the loft space, and they'll be out of the way, they won't get banged around.
Yeah.
And then they're accessible if somebody wants to go and look at them.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, yeah, that's cool.
Right.
Yeah. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
All right. All right, well, thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thanks,
Yeah,
you guys.
Appreciate it.
Very
Yeah,
helpful.
I'm sorry it's taken so long to get all this together, but here we are. Oh, and, I guess you guys can take those for now. We may ask for them later. Okay, so now we have two of Val Oliver's.
I do have
projects.
one thing,
Oh,
okay?
go.
21B Vestal is, she can make it tonight, should she come at the very end, is that where we're gonna move it?
Whenever she gets here, we just help for representation. It
Okay.
wasn't to penalize, it was just to discuss.
Alright, thank you very much.
Fine with me. Okay,
good.
thanks, Kitty.
So, number one of mine is on hold.
Okay. Can I have a
Motion to hold 15 Warren Street.
All those in favor? Aye. Okay, how about Hinckley?
Hinkley is here.
All right, good.
There we are.
Mr. Hinkley is here. So this was held for review with polls. And in the event you didn't get up there, I do have some photos.
Hey, Val, I'm gonna interrupt you just for a second. Kadim?
Yeah.
Because this is old business, we reviewed this, so we have a board order stuff.
Yeah, so you guys agreed if we put the polls up, we could come back this week.
Yeah. I agree to all that. All I wanna know is who the board is that's sitting on.
Oh.
So the last time we reviewed this, it was Terry, not here, and the boards are all typed up back at the office. Do you mind if I go run to the office?
I know I'm on it.
I'm on it. Yeah, if you know you're on the board.
Well,
talk to
I
me
know
now.
I'm on it.
I'm not on it.
All right.
One, two,
So
three,
TJ,
four.
you're sure you're on it?
us three.
Abby's on it. Who else?
The minutes weren't typed up
Johnny?
because
Terry's not
she's not been here, yeah, so I'll be right back, guys.
That's
I'll be
okay,
right
it's
back.
okay, he doesn't have to burn
Do
out.
you recall whether Johnny's on
I don't.
He is.
I think he is too.
it? 3, 4. He
Where'd
is.
you go look?
Yeah, it's you three and these two.
Okay.
There it is. Thank you. Okay. Go ahead.
So again, it was for some height poles in context,
Mhm.
and what I'd like to point out is, I think there was a misconception that Hinkley Lane is all small little cottages. So I did
I
a
know that
survey
not to be true.
of the neighborhood, especially around us. We are actually, this is what we look at. Heather Lane is more our context, because we're right on that road. Hinckley, we're way off the road. So when we were trying to decide, you know, how to put this plan together, we were looking toward these as our context neighborhood, as opposed to Hinckley, which really, the houses have all been enlarged.
So did you make any run
I didn't make any changes because I wanted you to see it and see what you could see. I'll say of the entire length of the building, which is 69 feet.
Mhm.
There's only 25'6" that's at that height. The remaining part of the building is 25 feet, plus or minus inches. except for the side that falls off to the west. This is Frank DeCoste, who is the homeowner. Did you want to say anything, Frank?
I will, well, just that, I know there were concerns early on from the neighborhood, particularly there was an association with got trees and the view as you walk down Hinkley towards the path, towards the beach. There are 2 cottages on the property, and our
We
intention.
already
That's
solved
good.
all that.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah.
That's-
You know, that did come up and a couple letters were written, but they were all having to do with the vegetation, the nice big trees that are all right there, and we're all comfortable that those are not going to be going away.
Do you want me to go? 'Cause
Go ahead.
So, I went there last week and, I saw the poles, I saw, look, going down Hinkley Lane, those black, whatever they are,
Locusts. The trees?
yeah. what are they
Black
called?
locusts.
Oh, they are called?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's
So-
a couple different trees.
They screen the building and the pole, you can see the tops of the poles maybe from, but it's so, if they're saying that we have to keep that forest of black, you're not gonna see this house. So I drove down the road a little bit, still couldn't see it, so I didn't wanna trespass, but I just couldn't see it. So it's,
I hear you. I just want to make one point on that. Okay, just for the record. Those comments about the locust and the other trees, which the board all shared, of course, that was coming from the Hinkley Lane Association, which really doesn't have any power of enforcement. So the reality is, I think, you could go in and
That's
mow
true,
them all
but
down.
when the internal battle with my wife, she wants to keep the small cottage at the beginning on the Hinkley side, and that would mean you keep the vegetation. It's beautiful. If you walk on the lot, it's beautiful. And that's sort of the first attraction to the lot itself, was that for her. So we're planning on doing everything we can to keep it.
Great, thank you. TJ?
And I will be clear, Abby, you can see this from Heather Lane, just
Oh,
not
yeah.
Hinkley Lane.
Heather Lane is the one that runs down
Here.
right here.
oh, the back of it?
Back to the old gift place.
Yeah.
Right here, which is our context.
Yeah.
That's our nearest neighbor, number 4.
Is that north then?
Yeah,
Well, this is heading east,
here.
and here's the
Oh,
second.
great.
This is the closest neighbor, Abby,
That's
right here. Look at that sucker.
It's number 4.
Okay, well,
Okay.
I did the address.
So do you have any, Abby, staying on you for a second, do you have any concerns with the design?
No, because I did have concerns about the Twin Peaks. I thought they, but I now that you can see tops of houses here, it's not a sin. So I don't, the architecture is fine.
Okay, thank you. DJ?
I don't have too much, I don't really have anything to add. I went out there, I think I was out there before the poles were up. But, assessing the scale of what this house will be compared to the neighborhood, I think it finds an appropriate place amongst the other houses. And I would also just reiterate something I said last time on the north elevation. There's a lot of shingle space on the, on the wall plane on the center mass there, and maybe we can widen those sliding doors a bit, and maybe
Which elevation?
on north elevation,
North elevation.
second floor deck,
Yeah,
the sliding doors, maybe those could get a little bit wider
Oh,
to mitigate
yeah.
the shingle
Okay.
space to glass ratio.
mhm.
And I'd also, I'd honestly like to see that mirrored onto the first floor if we could, and get rid of the big 12 light, or the 4-panel gliders. 'Cause they just, they seem to take over that wall plane, whereas the ones above kind of, underfill the wall plane. So I think we could even them out.
Yeah, the north.
and that's it.
That's one of those things I think we could agree to in theory, and then when it's framed up, have you look at it, because I don't think you'll see the first floor.
There'll be hedges.
And there's a porch over.
Well, that's probably true. Yeah, that's probably true.
All right. Is that it, TJ?
Yep.
Okay. Diane?
I agree with TJ on the either widening the French doors up on the second floor or putting a window in between them. I think that they look narrow. I don't have my thing to say, but if you widen it, whether it would fill out better or another window. I think that if you look at your photographs around of the other houses around Heather and Hinckley, that this house will fit in, and you see everybody's roof, second floor roof. I see nothing wrong with the second floor roof. The only thing I would question, and it's hard to see in these photographs, is how many roof walks are in that area.
Well, I think I have pictures of.
Knudsen has a roof walk. That's the big house right to the
Three,
east.
I think,
does?
in this.
Knudsen is, she's the house to the east of the cottage, the big one.
Number 4, Heather.
Yeah.
4 Heather, yeah.
Oh,
27, Hinckley. 18,
Yeah.
Hinckley. 22,
27
Hinckley.
has one?
Yeah. If you see this, do you have this, Diane?
Yeah.
The aerial? Yeah, because you can see the roof walk clearly on 27.
Maybe I have a different.
Oh, well, there's also 27R.
Right.
You
Right.
can't really tell whether that has it on. 'cause
No, I
the
don't see
arrow-
one on, unless that's up by the chimney. It could be one there. That was the question when I was looking at this picture. You didn't see many roof walks.
David Wolf has
But
one.
it's a 2-story house, so it fits in. I don't have anything major except that window or widening of the doors on the second floor facing the north.
Okay. Thank you, Diane. John?
These photos, these 2 photos in question, were they taken from Heather Lane?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Heather Lane apparently is a traveled way.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So, apparently, the only thing I'm interested in is got an aerial photo here.
Maybe some of the colored ones, John, will help.
That's right.
Okay.
You're gonna move this existing house over?
No, get rid of it.
Very good, okay. What you're gonna put up, I believe, these here accentuate the fact that, as I've always said, anything above the second floor can be seen from somewhere.
Yep.
So, I'm just saying, as far as there's no scale on this.
Quarter inch.
Yeah.
The elevations are quarter inch. scale.
Everything's 1/4 inch.
I'm saying, it doesn't say.
Oh.
Oh.
Only thing I see here that you're on the west elevation, which would be facing Center Lane somewhat. You gotta take 1 foot, bring it back 9 foot to 8 feet on the deck.
John?
8 foot minimum.
John? Heather Lane is on the north. So the north elevation is what faces Heather Lane. The west elevation actually faces Hinckley Lane. And that's gonna be visible behind all those big trees.
And I will tell you.
You know what's gonna happen with the trees.
He just said he's gonna cut them all down.
No, my wife.
I will tell you that section of the building is 10 feet, and I do have it set back 2 feet, so it's an 8-foot deck.
You had what?
It's an 8-foot deck.
Why did you make it
If you
9?
look at the second floor plan.
Why did you make it 9? That's all. Just a question.
Bad drawing.
Huh?
Bad drawing.
I wouldn't miss that.
I'd like to make a motion.
Wait, can I just say one small thing? I don't wanna mire this down. But,
I made that comment, I think they could bring that next back. Oh, the front door,
yes,
I think there's too much glass in it.
You don't see the
You can't
You
see it.
can't,
yeah, that does not face either one of the roads.
Okay, so that makes
All right, and I'm just very curious, Val, why you have a 1x12 rake on the main mass and like 1x8 on all the rest. On bus from the chops.
I know.
It just was, so that should obviously go to 1x8.
Okay.
The draft.
we'll make a compromise.
Okay.
Yeah, there's, can I make a
Change
motion?
the door, and that's the sort of the square, right?
Wait, we're gonna get a did you
What?
say you're gonna make a motion?
Well, no, I have to wait until, John's finished.
Well, John is finished.
Oh,
So John's concerns are, is it true or untrue that the second floor deck is 8 feet deep?
It is 8 feet, but I'll put it on the plan.
Okay, so John, are you comfortable if she marks it on the plan as 8
No
feet?
problem.
Okay, good. And, with regard to the front door, I think, John, with all due respect, the consensus view is that the front door will not be visible because it doesn't face either one of those roads and there's a wing that comes out here
And a porch.
and a porch.
okay, motion to approve.
I guess we have no stipulation.
With the deck 8 feet, you said.
The deck 8 feet, can you just add that?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
And, okay, did you want the doors wider on the second floor?
How wide are they?
They're like
Are
4
they
feet.
24 or are they
They're
30?
quite narrow.
Can't read it in this size.
The
We'll make
aperture,
them
the
wider.
opening for your slider is 2 feet.
It's 5 feet.
Oh,
They're 5
2 and a
feet.
half.
2.5, so isn't that normal,
That's-
30 and 30?
You know, it's a minimum, but
Well, what do
you
you want
you
them
do
to
whatever
be?
you want with your motion
I
and I
thought they
will,
were,
I'll bring
I
it to the
thought
table.
Diane was right, but I don't know what to make them. They're already 30, right? 30 each? 30
Yes.
each?
So make them
Slide.
5'4", then they
Okay.
can wait.
We want to keep the space in the middle because of a fireplace, a gas
Okay.
fireplace.
So a
That's
modest,
fine.
increase in this?
Yep,
Modest.
The door's a little wider.
okay.
Okay, so is that your motion?
Yes.
Abby? All those in favor of Abby's motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay,
All right,
thank you.
I think that was unanimous.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, now we're on to new business. We have 14 Woodland Drive.
Oh, on this we have
Okay, so this is, yes. this is-
Ray, Diane, John, and Val. See ya. You have, I don't have a fifth person listed, and we don't have the minutes to.
We thought TJ sat on it.
No, I missed the
Oh, you missed
time.
one. Okay.
I kind of remember it being 4 too.
Yeah, 'cause we had tried so many times we didn't.
There you go.
Good evening.
Okay.
I wrote it down.
So we have Ray, John, Val, and Diane.
All right. So it looks like you moved the stair in,
Yep,
the exterior stair.
and we went to natural to weather trim and Teratone windows. Or white windows. White windows. Because the house is all white. Oh, yeah, we spent a lot of time on the color.
Yes.
I need to blend it.
I gave you pictures and the square footage of the other structures that are there, other than the other 3 little 1-stories, which is what the applicant's house is, is a 1-story structure. And most of them are bigger than his house, and a lot of them are, square footage is bigger than the proposed structure in the back that we're proposing. Heights are variable, there's some 30 feet, some a little bit less, some over 25, less than 30, so it's a, and I didn't even take pictures of what was across the street on Glowacki's property, that's kind of pointless. So it's all over the place in here. And this, of all the structures in there, the one on the corner of Woodland, which is number 6 Woodland, has multiple dwellings, multiple structures. Some of them have large secondary structures. A couple of them have 2 cottages. There are sheds everywhere. Many of them are more visible than the applicants. And we've already established that from the road, you can't see the ridgepole. Applicant has no intention of clear cutting his property, but, and it's also set about 3 feet lower in elevation in the back, which reduces the overall height, which is why you can't see the ridgepole. And you can't see the ridgepole from anywhere east, south, northwest. So I think we've done everything we can do. I'm not gonna get into what the use of the building is again, or what the applicant's issues are with the neighbors again. We've been there and done that.
And I will stress once again that that's not our purview, as you know.
So what he did also was overlay the building where the hoop barn is right now.
Okay.
And the closet has 48 feet long and I believe 15 feet tall, 18 feet wide, 48 feet long. The new building is 36 feet, I believe, and 24 feet wide, so it's the same size as the cake. So I really don't know where else to go with this one, it's not visible.
Okay. Would anyone else want to speak in favor of the application at this time?
Well, I could say it's not visible and everything else was said, I agree.
Okay, thank you. And now, I'd like to hear from you.
I'm Patricia Haley. I'm in the butter at 16 Woodland. And I won't speak to the use of the building, but I do want to.
Thank you. And sorry, but that's.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I'll do that at some point else.
Okay.
But I would like to speak to the size of the building and the visibility of the building. I disagree with Linda. There's one of the trees that's there is a pine tree that's not in very good condition, but so I don't know the longevity of that. I think that it's also not appropriate to the neighborhood. 22 years ago when I built my house, I had to take pictures of the windows of other houses in the neighborhood to show that my windows would blend in with the neighborhood. And now we're putting a 30-foot long building in the back of a house, and that seems 36 foot. That seems to be appropriate. I question that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Groupie.
Yeah, I'm not gonna speak to the uses here either, but
I appreciate that.
thanks. I feel like if Linda's point about 6 Woodland is important, it's at least a 2-acre piece of property. And, in fact, I think Kim Glowacki at the time, because Linda actually pointed this out to me when I was applying, had permission to put yet another building on which she never got around to. He had, like, I think, a barn that was planned, or a stable, something like that. But, you know, for me, it's just, it's too big, it's too overpowering to be looking at, and particularly the deck on the 2nd floor.
That's it? Okay, thank you. Can somebody remind me, the issue of the paint color did come up. I really don't remember what the resolution was or what the
I
recommendation
thought
was.
white windows with natural trim is just sort of a
Exactly.
personal thing that I have. I think that's a
Well,
disconnect.
that was the proposal,
Yeah.
and I believe that you folks said you would go with gray.
Oh, no, if Val was going, it was sort of a hodgepodge. If Val was going for natural trim, which is fine, and white windows, we're fine with that.
No.
You
That's what
proposed
you
No
that.
white windows. No, we had white trim originally, but, so natural trim
There's
and
natural
terracotta
weather
windows.
trim and
We haven't
white
changed that
windows.
yet. But natural trim and terracotta windows are fine.
Okay, so to use Mr. Welch's expression, he says ABW, anything but white. Okay, so natural trim, terratone, sash, and doors.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Okay, now, Val, would you like to go first?
Okay,
If not, I can choose another victim.
no. It's nothing different from what I have said before. I appreciate you moving the stair in against the building. I think that was a concern John had, and the rest of us shared it. I actually think the west elevation is more of what I'd prefer to see in the front, rather than this little gable and big gable. I know you did that to break up the long roof line, but I just think it's a bit of an anomaly.
The current elevation that faces the street.
East, with
Right.
the small gable and the big gable.
Which elevation?
The one
She's,
that-
I mean, she's, Diane, Val is suggesting, she's saying, and I'm not sure that I disagree with her statement, that the west elevation would actually present a better face for this building as seen from the public way, which is the east elevation.
You want the long?
Well,
Is that- I'm just trying to figure out which is
she
east and
is
west.
just,
The rear,
at the moment, she's just stating her opinion.
right.
So,
That's just my opinion.
So the rear of it, you flip the building, is that what you're saying?
but don't flip it yet.
Linda, stop
just trying to
talking and
figure out-
listen.
Right.
I'm
trying to
just
figure out which
saying
one's going where.
the view
Let the
of
commissioners speak
the
first.
west is more pleasing to me as a building behind a house in this neighborhood, rather than the big gable and the short gable with the garage door.
Mhm.
Maybe you could make that a shed roof. I don't know. That's just my opinion. That's it.
Was that it,
Yeah.
Diane? Thank you.
I think that, Val's idea is good. It's more like would be facing out. I also think on the south elevation, the length of the deck up there can be greatly reduced, so it does not cover the whole length of the building. You take it down to the French door, sliders, whatever you want to call it, move the staircase in so it doesn't overlap the window on the bottom, brings it up closer to the window on the second floor, and drop it down, you've got the same thing, and bring it in to the sliders. It would make it much smaller, wouldn't be so obvious to people around, and it won't change the use of the deck. It just moves it in from the edges to make it a smaller statement.
Thank you. John?
Yes, going back to the area and looking, go as best I could get around to see anything that was there.
Mhm.
And apparently at the time of the application, which is now, I think very little is visible, and if there's anything visible, it's gonna be of the first floor. I appreciate the change in the decking to match our problem, but the revised plans look fine to me, but for that area to be there because of lack of visibility. So also, thank you.
So, the one thing that I was looking at this concept, Val, that you floated, the idea of switching the two things around, and I didn't have a huge objection to the east elevation as drawn. I also don't dislike what you propose, which is having a shed coming down rather than the gable. I will point out, and it's interesting that it took me this long to see this, that there's a garage door, like right in the middle of that. So
You can't put that in the back.
I thought you were probably going to say that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the whole whole point.
I didn't say flip the building. I said I liked the look of the east.
Okay, so if we are
The
indeed,
west.
if we are indeed talking about changing this from a gable in the front to a shed, that's an easy fix. Leaving everything else the same.
Might be a little.
Garage
too big.
doors would be good.
It's gonna be very high to get a garage door in it.
No. You start your shed there and you go back. I can see it right here.
Yeah, but.
At a 4 and 12.
Kind of long.
Don't argue with me.
line. I'm not arguing, just saying.
I like that because I disliked, and I mentioned this the last time, I disliked the loss of those two windows that were
Yeah.
used to be right
Well,
there.
we did that to everybody else.
I
on there.
know you did, but now, so now I'd have this nice roof sort of coming down. The only other window there is the one way up in the gable end.
Right.
So this would fill out the facade a lot more. Doing this at a 4 and 12 is gonna bring that roof probably lower than where the ridge of this is sitting right now.
And keep the garage door.
Yeah.
Keep
Where
the
it
garage
is.
So
door.
it's just.
To John's point, John said, and I agree, that the first floor of this building is going to be difficult, if not impossible, to see from the public way
Time of the application.
at the time of the application.
So is that something, if we did that, obviously the natural weather trim, terratone doors and windows, and change that gable to a shed, can we do this through staff? This has been 5 or 6
Well,
times
I
now.
know, it's a contentious application, but sometimes they are so. And there was Diane's issue about the reduction in the second floor decking.
Can we address that? It's not visible, because the building is also twisted towards, so that's towards the back of the lot. It's not the visibility from the neighbors that makes any difference here. If that whole deck is twisted around, the whole building is twisted, so it's canted to the street, so you can't see it again. It makes it more difficult
Okay.
to see.
Well, thank you for pointing that out. Sean, would you be okay making a motion that change the east elevation roof from a gable to a shed roof? That's something that Val wanted to see, and I actually like the idea myself. You'd be okay with that?
With the,
And terratone trim.
no, terratone windows and natural weather.
Oh, no,
trim.
terratone windows.
Who conversation? You say,
I was just saying, they had white down on the application for the window sash, and it's against natural cedar trim, so we'd like that to be terratone sash instead of white. Is that okay?
fine.
Okay, so John has made a motion to approve this subject to the following, that the east elevation gable forward will change to a shed, and that the window sash and doors will become terratone instead of white. All those in
And
favor?
natural weather trim. Keep forgetting.
Isn't that already on the application?
It is.
Yeah, but
It is.
it wasn't before.
Okay, so just, I think that's been said enough times that it's gonna be in the record. All those in favor of John's motion? Aye. How about you ladies?
I am still against it.
Oh, you're still against it? Okay, how about you,
I
Diane?
don't know how anyone.
In principle.
Wait, hang on. Where's Diane on this one?
I would either abstain or vote against it at this time.
If you abstain, then we have 2 votes in favor, and that works.
How many people do we have sitting on?
Only
4.
4.
Or I would against it then. I'd be
Well, then it's 2-2.
Yeah, so that motion died. Can somebody give me a?
We're gonna
another
withdraw
motion?
it and resubmit it, then they get 5 members.
Well,
This is 6 times.
okay. That's the end of the conversation.
well, it will be, if you want, you.
I don't know,
so-
I don't know what else we can do. We've done everything, and then you don't like what we did with the windows, and then somebody wanted this, and we've done
Hey,
every
Linda,
single thing we
let's
can
not
do.
hang this on the windows, because I was ready to be, I was okay
I don't know what
with
else we
losing
can do.
windows. It sounds
If
like
it's not visible, it's not visible. And that's
Diane
where we're
wants,
up
I
against.
know, listen, Diane wants a
John came
reduction in the
around.
amount of decking.
Well, if you
on-
browbeat us, we'll change our opinion.
No, but I think if it's not visible, it's not visible.
I don't think they will.
Okay,
We've made a decision.
listen,
Do you wanna shorten the deck? I don't know what's up there.
here's the crossroads, and I want an answer rather quickly. Are you gonna withdraw and resubmit, or are you going to entertain
them?
them?
Shorten the deck.
Shorten the deck.
Mr. Chairman,
That gives
Linda,
us,
let him talk,
motion.
please.
Which,
Can you shorten the deck?
Okay, well, let's make sure that this is gonna satisfy Diane's concerns. Diane, if they, I don't wanna lead you down the primrose path. Diane, if they shorten up the deck, would you be okay, or would you still be opposed?
No, I would go with it, if the deck was shortened in there.
And can you give us by what margin the deck would be shortened?
I told you to go into to almost the sliders on the left-hand side and here, move the staircase up. So instead of overlapping the lower window, it would be closer to the window up on the second floor, so it came down. Didn't,
Diane, is that in between the window and the sliders, or in between the two
Hey,
windows?
Diane and Val, could the two of you just pen up what you're suggesting so that we might call that an Exhibit A?
Yeah.
All right, Diane, is that in between the two windows or the door and the window?
She's gonna show us all.
I just want to know
Okay.
before I'm writing it down.
You're gonna see it in diagram form in just a second. You're right. Can you do something about that sun? It's shining right in my eyes.
So this is out.
yeah.
I'm
This
just
is
kidding.
moved back.
I don't think you can operate.
No, they've got the little switch.
All good, all good, thank you.
It'll just
Alright.
be, okay, so we have the diagram.
Yep.
From there.
To here.
Like that.
Yeah, you could go in that far, that would be fine, then bring this down.
Here and here.
Yep.
And then move that over.
More.
Yeah.
Val,
Yes.
do me a huge favor and scribble out on the east elevation, the gable, and show a shed roof.
I
Just-
did.
Oh, you did already, okay. So now we can just wrap all this up into an Exhibit A, all right? Oh, shh, guys.
You can't do that physically. Here.
If you have a discussion, I think you should take it to the office and not
Okay, listen.
discuss it on.
We are approving something as per Exhibit A, okay? Or at least I believe so. It won't be official until a vote is taken. John, sorry to trouble you further, but in order to accommodate Diane, she just made some markups on there regarding reduction in the deck, and we labeled it Exhibit A. Could you just say, motion to approve as per Exhibit A?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir. All those in favor of John's motion to approve this application as per Exhibit A? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. John, you're in, right? John, Mr. McLaughlin, just for the record, are you in? You're in favor of your motion, I hope. Okay, thank you. And Val, are you still out?
Yeah.
Okay, so 3 in favor, 1 opposed. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everybody. Good luck.
Okay.
Just now?
Don't mind.
Okay, so the stuff that you gave us, am I providing those at all? I wouldn't bother. Okay. Pick them up.
Take that.
This is funny. This is, okay, it does say OB. Old
And that's,
business.
Yeah, it's all
I
business.
just,
I couldn't swap them out one.
Sorry.
That's
We
fine.
moved it away
That's
from
all
there.
good.
Maybe Jessica
I
can do
meant to
it.
use the trim has, the sash has to be, Terratone.
Correct.
Okay.
And the trim is natural to weather.
Right, trim,
I'm on this one.
Again, I'm getting rid of these, correct? Getting rid of them?
Don't just leave them in the ground and put across, put an X through them.
Yeah. Okay, Chestnut Street, go.
Who's on it?
Oh, right.
I
you're on
am.
the board.
I know Abby is.
I'll tell you in 1 second.
I'm on it.
Chestnut, this is.
You did Diane, Ray, John, and Abby, who I have.
what is the next one?
Number 11.
3E friendship.
I have Ray, Diane, John, Abby, and T. Oh, TJ.
That's what we have.
So, TJ?
Let's short it down.
Coombs, Camp, McLaughlin, and Waterson, right?
Correct.
And me.
And you, correct, there's 5 of you.
I don't know.
Okay.
Where's the new plan?
They have the new plans down there.
This is our Chestnut Street project. We had a few things that we were requesting last time. Being on an open file.
And Linda, do you have a revised copy, a reduced copy?
HTC the musical.
Yes.
It's right here.
Got the colors
That's
on.
fine, I'll look at it later.
Scary, it's a thriller.
Sorry, Terry. There's lots of
Yes, sir.
paper moving.
Should you tighten up the meeting so that they're not 2 or 3 people speaking at once?
I'm gonna try my best.
All right, thank you.
You know, Steven's my enforcer now.
Okay, are we ready?
This guy.
Which one?
Okay, that's ready to go back. That has all the signatures it needs. Okay, go.
All right. We put expanded the trim on the north side because they were a little flimsy, they weren't under.
TJ's recommendation, yes?
They put the half round up there.
Mhm.
On the,
You made the entablature on the first floor a little larger.
Yep.
As
And then,
also, again, as per TJ's, I believe.
the dormers up there,
Mm-hmm.
we had a discussion about a solid dormer instead of a split in the middle, since we had to make them smaller. But what we ended up doing for egress, and the CAD system screwed this up a little bit, but what we ended up doing for egress
Yeah,
is,
no, I know what you did.
casements, because that'll give us the, and it'll look like any
With the big
egress.
rail.
Looks like a regular window, but
bigger dormer.
it didn't look good.
No, the big one would look
Yeah.
awful.
So that's what we ended up doing, is the back window of each one, the CAD system messed that up too, is put casements in those dormers, so they look like double hung windows. And we've used that trick before on some of these other structures in town. So that's pretty much where we ended
Well,
up.
now,
And then we had
so
colors. where we're
yeah,
gonna-
so did you bring the photograph?
Yeah, I brought some photographs. They're not.
Okay, so
that's the
this-
photograph, but property.
This, just because the paint scheme on this application is somewhat complicated, not overly so, but just so that everybody knows how things are working out. So this is the
I wrote on the first 55 Union.
55 Union. We're all very familiar with this building. This is the one that was sort of falling into the ground and they renovated it.
Oh, yeah,
in a
across
very-
from,
from 56 Union. right?
George and.
So that's the color.
However,
palette.
here are the colors, right here.
Yeah.
but they're
And
similar.
They're similar. The trim is this middle gray.
Oh, yeah.
The shiplap is this lighter gray. And the darker gray is what, the windows?
It's
Sash and door.
Sash and door,
It's
okay.
a bluey gray.
Mm-hmm.
So these are the 3 grays involved.
Okay.
You
What's
get
on
my
the
vote.
windows?
All right.
The window, the trim is the
Speed this meeting up.
manor house gray. The sash
Is the
more
darker.
Yeah.
And the shiplap is the lighter. Okay.
All over.
Very nice. Nice.
All right, so,
Turn it around.
Abby, I think is on board, so how about you, Diane?
No, I think, if you come along, the front is more fitting in with the streetscape up and down that road. I like the dormers. They're filled out better by the window. I don't know that they've done much, but they just look better than before, so I don't have any problem with it.
Very good, thank you. TJ?
I think it looks great. Well
Sounds
done.
good to me.
I like the colors a lot too.
All right, how about you, Mr. McLaughlin, John?
I have a question I'm curious about.
Yeah.
Okay. The egress side window. To meet egress side required.
Yeah.
That purpose is for.
So, it's, if you have a bedroom on the 3rd floor, it's a bedroom, you have to have a way out other than the door through the house. So a window has to be a certain size so that either somebody can get out or a fireman can get in with all of his equipment on. So it has to be a certain minimum size. That's what that's all about.
Okay, but these are all the same size.
Except, John,
They are, but you'll see that one of them in each of the dormers, John, is a casement that looks like a double hung.
so you get the full opening.
So you have the full opening. See, like a double hung window, when you lift it up, you only get half of the whole opening, of course. With a casement, you get the whole opening, so that allows somebody to get in and out if there's a fire. You hope there's a fire truck there.
Ladder, John.
I thought there was a
Can I have a
window.
question?
Yeah, there was one there.
Was there a window, Abby's just
On the
asking,
ins-
when you go into the entrance and turn left, was there a window there before that?
I mean, in the entrance?
Right here, on that,
Right there.
No.
on
Never
that,
was.
there
No.
wasn't?
In the landing of the entrance?
When you go into the front door,
Yeah, no, there was no,
there never was one?
I didn't have one there, I
No.
never had one there, but
no,
there could be. I suppose.
Might be nice.
I think there's
Okay.
a seat right up against it.
We don't know.
Wait, so are we in or out on that?
I wouldn't put it there.
You would prefer not to? You would prefer that?
Yeah, no,
All
I,
right, so I think this is ready for a vote, folks.
oh, I would love to approve this.
There you go. So is that a motion?
Yeah,
Okay.
so moved.
All in favor of Abby's motion to approve as submitted?
Aye.
Very good, thank you. Okay, Three Friendship Lane.
Today, we have to stamp these in tomorrow.
Okay.
You got somebody here
All
for,
of these, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you just make sure that I do get all
Yeah.
four of
Anybody?
these copies?
any takers here?
What's going, oh, no.
Oh,
Free
no, that was
Friendship
being
is
held.
withdrawing. We're holding that.
Is it withdrawn?
It's not withdrawn, it's being
You
held.
too?
Yeah.
Hold for rep?
Yeah, no, not just hold. They have to
Okay.
purchase
That's only
it.
for the
Can I have a
application?
motion to hold?
Which one are we holding?
Three.
Number 3.
We hold the last
Can somebody give me a motion?
Motion to hold number 3.
Thank you, all those in favor?
Aye.
All right, so how about 45 Starbucks?
Oh, that's
Okay.
it.
That's me
All
and,
right, sounds good. Thank you very much.
that's Jesse and me.
And Linda, you have
Are
comments on this?
representing? Oh, Jesse.
Jesse and me.
How you doing? Hello, Jesse. Long
Yeah, I think
time no
That's
see.
the actual proposal.
You gotta switch. That's the proposal.
Okay, so, folks,
I have
Um,
pictures in the file.
hang on.
Yes, and there should be several
We're
of them.
now officially into new business, which means that we have our regular board before us, so unless somebody on the regular board has a conflict, it will be the regular board moving forward. Okay, go.
This is a pool.
Sorry, stop.
Oh, I didn't
Matt-
sit on it, just so you know. I was chairman of the advisory, but
Okay, well,
they
okay,
had
so
two
they have
members
no
and so-
quorum, but they say no concerns due to lack of visibility, and other 2 members consensus. 1 member expressed concern,
about lighting.
and, about lighting on the pool.
And that's coming up at the ZBA meeting after that.
So basically no concerns on the pool application.
TJ, there's pictures right there in front of you. No, that need to go around the table.
Long.
Put them over there, on the other side. I think you have a set.
I have a set.
Oh, Abby has a set. It's not visible. I went, in the pictures that we're handing around that some of you have, I went over to Columbus, which is on the other side of that pond, and took a picture going back, and there is so much foliage that you can't touch because it's within the 50 and the 25 foot for the pond. That it's down below grade, because when you look at the house from the street, it's a 1-story house, and when you go down behind it, it's a 3-story house. So the grade drops off really fast, and
Towards
it's
the
down
pond,
behind,
obviously.
towards the pond, and then they've got a good 30 feet of vegetation which they cannot touch. and it sits down in sort of a valley behind the house. They've got limited places to put it.
Is
because
this
of the septic.
is this a, automatic pool cover deal?
Yes.
So no fencing proposed?
They couldn't get in the backyard if they tried.
Okay. Okay, folks. What do we think?
We're going to the ZBA, because you can't, they won't take it unless it goes through here first.
Close to the house. Right here.
I think maybe on one of them I put sort of a grading difference, but there's a good, between the street level and the bottom where the pool is, there's gotta be a good 12-foot drop. Yeah, that's pretty steep there.
And there's a retaining wall on one side.
Yeah, that's labeled on the plan.
Yeah, I see that. I'm just asking.
They've gotta be careful of the septic and, everything else back there.
Right here.
In front.
Yeah, well, I will mention that's pretty much, even though you can't see it, the only place it can go due to setbacks and flood.
The wetlands.
Wetlands and flood.
Yeah.
Your floodplain.
Comments?
I was just gonna ask, in your picture, you have a whole row of hydrangeas, and it looks like it says location of pool in east rear. That's, the pool's gonna be between the hydrangeas and the house?
Correct.
Okay.
We can't disturb any more land than what's already cut.
I think it's fine.
Thank you. Abby?
I'm sorry, I didn't, how would I view this?
You have to
Above?
view, well, you have to go over here
Oh.
and look across, but Linda has taken pictures from there, looking
And
over.
I actually took a close-up.
Which I
We'll
believe is,
do our little
this is like a
caveat.
telephoto thing. Is the pond down there or is
Yeah,
that?
I took a telephoto, no, that's not the right one.
That's
I
not
took,
the
it's the
right
last picture, I
Can
think.
you show me the pictures from Columbus?
Columbus, very last.
John, do you have any
Oh, I-
comments, questions on this?
Would you take them
Uh,
off?
Well,
yeah.
Chairman, we told them, the only question is having a roll top.
As an auto cover, so no fencing. No fencing.
It
Oh.
might come off the back. Oh, that's a telephoto.
John has made a motion
look at
to
the back,
that's it.
approve.
Looking the other way from Columbus?
This is Columbus.
Okay.
And that's it.
All right, thank you.
And then I took the close-up so you can see how much
Okay.
foliage is
All
there.
right, gotcha.
John has made a motion to approve. Is there any discussion
Huh.
on the motion?
I just want to make sure you couldn't see it.
Okay.
So-
Well,
I
that
tried.
we can say.
Nantucket Advisory said no visibility.
Okay, well,
John, okay, you good?
Yeah.
Okay. All those in favor of John's motion to approve is submitted. Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. 10 Bayberry Lane.
It's the Linda Williams show.
No, we can have this one. Good God.
This one was.
You do it. I'm all
John.
confused.
Mr. Consistency.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Right.
I don't remember being on it.
Okay, alright.
Can we go back?
We're on the last meeting. so you
Mr.
should've been on
Chairman,
today.
you know, we
We're
didn't
down
say our
here.
caveat on that
Consistent
one.
anymore.
Oh, can we add that or reopen it or something that we can't?
I
Can't see
personally
it
am
from where,
okay.
though?
You're not gonna see that one.
Where
I
would
mean,
you
you'd
say
have
you
to have a
can't see it
major
from?
league brush fire to see it at all. Okay.
Good, how are you?
We have window and door provisions.
Yeah, there's a couple other alterations, third floor, dormer.
Do we have photos of the existing house?
There should be in the file. If not, I have some on my phone as well.
Where's Bayberry Lane?
It's out, off of Tacoma,
Oh,
down near the state forest there.
yeah.
The
This is
last
state
one
forest
before.
here?
Yes.
So that's the road that,
Well, there's a dirt road right up against it.
no, but, Seth and Angela Lane are like down there, right?
The pictures really help.
Right.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah. The little cul-de-sac at the end.
Okay. But this property abuts the,
There is a paper road that goes through the
oh,
front.
yeah. But that looks like it's on the state forest.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so you know where Tacoma is?
Yeah.
Alright, so if you drive down that,
Oh.
there's these roads that come off of this. And well, if you go straight, you smack right into the forest. Right, there's a
Disc
gate.
golf.
And you go
Yeah,
to,
back
you
there.
go to the, yeah, exactly, you go to the right. And this is down
Oh,
that
it's
road.
on the
It's
side.
dirt.
No, this is
Oh,
paved.
that's paved?
Yes, there is another dirt road, but
Rugged Road is down here,
correct,
right?
it's not connecting.
Lovers
Lover's Lane is,
yeah. Yeah. Oh, Lover's Lane is on the
On the
other
other
side
side.
of this.
yeah.
You know, this is
Between
the
this and
forest, so it's way over here, is
Camp Richard.
Amelia is up here. Yeah. Or this way.
Yeah.
Somewhere, yeah.
I
Quite
wish
a
the
distance.
locust map was a little smaller.
Yeah,
Actually, I can just.
well, yeah.
The pictures will help you see that the house, the mini splits are beautiful.
They are.
The mini splits are beautiful.
I'm being facetious.
Oh, okay.
They're on the existing.
Can you,
So, yeah,
All right.
as we, the front of the house, which is, as you're pulling in the driveway anyways, the north elevation.
I'm gonna ask you to do something just to expedite this.
Yep.
The first elevation that we have in our sheet is the south elevation. And I'm looking at the existing and the proposed. So you're taking out a big half-round window in the third floor.
Which is,
You're doing 2 double homes.
yes, to match what is existing on the north elevation.
Right. Okay, and then the other thing you're doing.
We're replacing the large it was a 2 French doors and 2 stationaries. We're replacing that with a Marvin bifold,
Right.
ultimate bifold door.
All right, so that's it for that.
Yes,
elevation.
you do see the proposed gable on the 3rd floor, but you'll see a better.
We're gonna get that
Yep.
when we go around to the other
You
side.
got it.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we're on the west, and that is where you see the gable. So there's a shed. Right now, there's a shed dormer on the west, on the existing, and they're putting a gable dormer up there.
Oh, that looks so much better.
Matching the same size and make as the existing windows, which would be the A's.
Mhm.
And likewise, lower with the B's, we're just adding on another double hung next to it. And again, changing those doors to a larger ultimate bifold door.
Got it.
The windows are Anderson, the doors are Martin.
Okay, thank you. And now, let's go to the north elevation.
North elevation is as you approach down the driveway. We're creating a little bit of a recessed entry off the existing shed dormer off the front.
So are you cutting into the existing shed to create that space?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
yep.
Replacing the second floor window that cuts into that roof. It's a leaking problem right now with those smaller C windows, which are also the Anderson windows, operable windows. They wanted to replace those. They have those casement windows or the awning windows that they would like to get rid of. And on the east elevation, again, just moving around a couple of windows on the first floor, adding a door off of the shed dormer off the front, and asking for a proposed skylight to match one that's existing there. I didn't draw, there's a fairly large existing deck off the back of this house that faces the state forest. I didn't draw that to detail. You can see the outline of that on the site plan.
Okay. And you're not changing that?
No, we're not touching that.
All right.
It's existing.
Okay, thank you.
I think it's a plus, 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 plus,
Pretty
plus.
pretty much is.
I'm with Val on that.
Okay, let's hear from John.
It's show a shadow line.
Oh.
It's not. It's a visual thing that didn't print well. It's recessed in.
It's he's making a little porch to get into the front door there.
A little covered. Yeah.
No change
Don't like that?
allowed here.
Look where it is.
Okay, so John's spoken, Val, you're okay,
Yeah.
Abby, you're okay?
Due to lack of visibility, I
And,
mean.
and Diane, how about you?
No, I think it's a plus. I like the front door being highlighted more than before. Before it sort of, it wasn't.
It wasn't really a front
This
door.
This is good, thank you.
All right, I think we're ready to go.
Oh, motion to approve.
Thank you. All those in favor of Abby's motion to approve is submitted?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Have a good
All
night.
right, Ethan. There you are, bud.
Yes. Oh, yeah, you want to go right on that? Because when this weekend, right,
For you. Although, you know, I'm starting to get it.
we're gonna take them there. Needs hours.
Just. Okay, so we have anything down for the record?
I sent you guys all a letter yesterday.
Colin, that would have been from you?
Yes.
Okay.
That's,
So-
you guys, sorry, you guys are here from 15?
We are.
Okay, yes, I did send a letter to everyone yesterday. Should have printed it,
Right.
but it was sent out.
Okay, so. So if you're planning on speaking, could you give us your names for the record?
Sure. Bill and Rhonda Duffy, 15 Irving Street. We are directly to the north, directly under to the north of the property.
Right, so this is actually 13.
Oh, Rose's
Yes.
house.
Yeah, right, it's all coming back to me now.
Welcome to the agency.
Thank you.
New experience.
Stevens are green. Okay. So Ethan, you wanna walk us through?
This is taking a house and rotated it in place about 35, 40 degrees in place.
That's it.
That's it. It faces the runway of the airport now it's going to face sort of the ocean.
Uh-huh,
Got it.
that sounds better.
Better, slightly better view, I guess. Now, do you folks wanna speak to that? We have two applications.
We do. Yeah,
Ours, we want to speak to the combination.
our concerns really relate to the combination of the two applications. The rotation of the house,
Yes.
then is, I'm assuming based on the design that we're seeing, repositioning what will be a new structure on the property, a garage / guest house, or
Yep,
however you want to describe it.
That's the next application.
Right.
Right.
So when these two elements come together, that's when it creates the issues that we've got with respect to our southeast view, because the plan as we see it is for this new structure, which has a high elevation, to be located on one end of the rotated house.
What's your address?
13.
They're right on top of the red
This
square.
one is actually.
Right on top of the
Yep,
red
that's
square,
where they
like,
are.
like here?
Yep.
Okay. So, a few things. One is the application that we have before us right now is simply, we have to break these down. So we don't kind of take them together. So what we're reviewing right now is the appropriateness of simply turning this structure what appears to be a little bit more than 9 degrees. Second thing is, unfortunately for neighbors, this board concerns themselves with what's visible from a public publicly traveled way as opposed to neighbor's vista. Just so you know, okay? So, does anyone have any comments on the rotation of this house?
No.
Well, so it's drawn the way you want it to be, and the dotted line is where it was.
Where it is right now.
Okay, gotcha.
Right. Comment?
In shifting the house, I know that the air conditioners are exposed, usually with the fence around. Will that put the air conditioners in view?
Actually, John, just to be clear, these are neighbors. These are the neighbors, so that's a question about.
All right.
Okay.
Will that shift that over where it's looking in?
No.
Okay, that's my only question.
Diane?
Uh, looking at the dotted line where the house is
Yeah.
now, right?
Yes,
And where it's gonna turn,
yes.
how does it impinge on 15? You say, where is your house in regards to where this house is?
Right here. That's their lot, right on top.
Okay, so they're above him, sort of.
Yes. And the unfortunate thing is, this property, 13, is between 15 and the Atlantic Ocean.
Right. That's, I can see that.
Diane?
Yeah?
And we have a picture, the aerial view that might.
Oh, thank you. That was helpful.
Well, if you have Google Earth would help.
This is our house.
Okay,
That's the house that they want to rotate.
and it's going to, this wing is going to go over to this side,
Yes, and that one, yes.
so it's gonna make it
15,
more of a
Do you wanna, I have their letter.
shield.
and they're adding
This
another.
is put down.
Oh,
there.
yeah, okay, I understand, it.
15
thank you.
is actually the neighbor's house. This is 15. This is 13. I'm sorry, Diane, so,
That's one.
any issues with the rotation of the house?
I would like, I don't know how to say it, on what, if it impinges on their view, I'm not sure that we can deal with that as a member of the HCC as out there. I see what the problem is what is a narrow thing then becomes the whole width of the.
Well, and I think there's an added layer to this, which is the next application
yeah.
is for another structure that's presumably gonna go beside this one, which
Right.
is gonna further, compromise the view.
Is there any other place on the property that you could turn it the other way so it didn't affect everything so much?
Yeah, the only reason was we put it here, the reason why is because of all the wellheads in the area in the septic fields. So it kind of went, that's why we left it in its original location without having to tear up all that other stuff. It's on the surveyor's plan.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, it's really not part of our purview.
But did we ask you for a picture of the house? Did you have?
There's pictures.
Oh.
I have the letter if you wanna read it in.
Yeah, I remember, it all,
Yeah.
we did, I think we all got it.
Yeah.
So, Ethan, you're now aware that you have neighbors or your clients have neighbors that are potentially concerned about that.
You're in with the clients, right? But yeah.
But I want to get back to the issue at hand, which is that of rotating this building.
I would like to see, if I could, or perhaps it won't work, to see what the rotation is, what the new building is going to, how lengthy the addition of the new building to the
Well,
existing building.
we could pull the other application.
Yeah,
up
that's
now.
what
Oh, see them side by side?
Yeah,
Yeah.
might as well.
Can I just say one thing?
Yeah.
The other applicant, whether you approve that or not, the other applicant could be modified for this property. We just want to rotate this house in place to get that. Because they have, they want to just do that now. The other building could be moved around, you know, I don't want it to affect this application, that's all. That's why I tried to keep them separate.
Got it.
That's why I usually file.
Okay, and, you know, in fairness, we should be reviewing each application sort of on its own, with its own merit. John? Is that a motion? John has made a motion to approve this application as submitted. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That was a reluctant aye, I understand. How about you, Abigail?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna wait on this one.
Meaning you're gonna abstain?
So it was,
Will you, yeah, you're abstaining.
I'll abstain at this point.
Okay, so I believe, what do we have there? Diane, are you in favor of abstaining or what?
I'm going to abstain for the.
Okay, so we have 2 abstentions, 3 in favor. Motion carries. All right, now we get to review this garage guest house.
That might be 3 now.
Yep. She's throwing stuff around.
Getting carried away.
What is this one? Is this for the rotation?
Yeah, so abstention, you can either just not sign or,
I think I just,
I know, you can write your name. and-
what was the last one for? What did we do?
This is how it is now.
Yeah.
Facing that way with 2 sheds. And this is now the house rotated here and then this here, so
Right.
that's probably what really blocks here.
Yeah.
They could move this maybe over.
Yeah.
Ethan, is there anything that you want to tell us about this application?
2-car garage guest house.
Oh, thanks.
Thanks for, it's 23
Thanks
feet
for
high.
clearing that up for us.
I know, it's 23 feet. Plus or minus.
Okay, fine. And would you have anything further to add? I'm pretty sure, you know, the board is well aware of the concerns. But so this is going beside what's, you know, okay.
The problem with this is the location.
Right.
Right, vis-a-vis the decision to rotate it.
Although somewhere else, I guess the height is.
Yeah, you know, it's not uncommon. In fact, our rule, if a guest house has garage bays on the first floor, our height restriction is at 24 feet, so this is actually under the allowable. So what do my board members have to say about this application?
I would say that I wouldn't have a problem with it if it moved over to the west, I guess. That would be.
Let's see, it's west, south.
North.
Yeah,
West would be
north
putting
is
it
this
slightly,
way. East.
yeah, it is west.
Oh, direction. Okay.
Isn't
Oh,
that the
okay,
north
so-
of
Yeah,
there?
yeah.
So,
Diane,
yes,
the house, the garage definitely can't move any further east because it's right on the property line, or
No.
the setback line?
to the west,
To the west.
to the west.
Okay. Mhm.
It doesn't look like they're gonna run into the leaching, any of the existing septic tanks or the leaching tank.
It's this well thing, but
Well protection, I don't know what well protection involves, but you've got 2, things going through it.
I believe Ethan said earlier on, when we were still reviewing the first application, that there is some flexibility in terms of where this building can be located, is that correct?
Yeah, they have the only plan that has the engineers, so if you want to show them that one. The one you're looking at.
Just confirm or deny.
oh,
Is
they
there-
don't have
is
this?
there- Is there flexibility, in terms of where this guest house?
That's existing.
No, I
site
just
plan,
assumed
right?
guest
So
garages
leach
don't go
field-
on the front, on the street, that's why I put it there.
I think that you could move your new septic system
No, that's the wellhead. See the arcs, those curve, that's where the septic goes. So the garage could go on the other side, but I just
Hey,
assumed.
you know what? Sorry.
It could be slightly smaller.
We're all, sympathetic to the neighbors' concerns. Maybe we could hold this for you to do a little bit more, investigation.
That's fine. What about the actual design?
Well, could I just,
Go.
because I think that, this ridge line going straight across, I don't know what it is. And it doesn't really, I mean, it's not that big, but it's 36. But it's not additive massing.
No.
So you've got the main house has some additive massing. It's got the two peaks, it's got the main center. So I'm just wondering, why couldn't this have some break in that roof line? It's just like a block. So in consideration to
Everything. Yeah. Good point, Abby. Thank you. Anyone else?
No, I think that if we can protect the building, turn the building, lower the building, whatever, I think additive massing is a very good thing. It comes in now at 23 feet? And
23 and a half.
Yeah, and otherwise it's 24. It seems to me there is space to have it, and perhaps it has to be a slightly smaller building. It's a big building for a garage out there. It's a two-story, and it's all one building. I would like to perhaps suggest that we hold for revisions and see if it can't be dropped down.
Okay, I'm gonna hold your motion just for a second and see if anybody else wants to speak on the application. John?
Yeah, two comments. One, is we have tent roof. It's straight structure.
Okay.
The other one is, I don't know whether it's showing.
Oh, the air conditioning unit.
That's the back. You'll never see that.
Just put a fence around it.
Okay.
Okay.
motion to hold for
Well,
revision?
no, there's already a motion on the table.
Oh, I'm
Sorry,
sorry.
Diane beat you to it.
Okay.
Diane has put a motion on the table to hold for some revisions. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
It's hard
Okay,
to tell 'cause it's
Mr.
two different
Avery.
scales.
Actually,
Front?
we do have Sophie Metz here from 21B Festival.
Oh, yeah.
So we're ready to go.
Mark,
on
sit
forward.
down. Do we need a motion to move back to 21?
So moved.
Thank you.
So this was just a clerical error on my part. I thought it was marked no concerns, but clearly there are concerns, so that's why it was moved up to consent. Now it's back down.
All right. I didn't get all that, but. Is,
Underneath Abby is the
Good
HSAB.
Oh, yeah. Okay, 21B Vestal HSAP. West elevation, narrow and tall. Oh, I see. Narrow and tall presentation is a bit top heavy. Main gable seems disproportionate, misproportioned. Other, rafter tails, while attractive, may not be a common architectural feature in the Vestal Street area. The simple bungalow style is featured nearby. Those are the comments. Sophie, is there anything that you would like to say?
Yes, I don't know if you guys remember this, but we came in, there was a shed on this lot, it's the end of a Shell Street.
Right, yeah.
And so I didn't know if this would be helpful, because I agree with HSAB when they're looking the drawings flat on. But the way this lot works and how we have to park, I wanted to show you guys what it will look like when you actually pull down the road, like what the curb, when you see those two things converging.
Where is the shed?
The shed
No, we moved
was,
it off.
and
Oh.
you guys had liked this single-story gable right here, which is where the shed was. So the goal that I had was to try to keep that curb presence feeling very similar to what it was before. So you guys had said you might feet to the fire or something like that, and so that was the goal, yeah, that makes you say that. But so, while I acknowledge that the drawing is hard, because you're seeing the two masses in a view that you couldn't actually see in real life, this is what you drive to this point and you can't go past this point.
Perspective is very helpful.
So
Yeah, very
that would,
helpful. Can you
and
pass that around?
And then the large gable that, it's not that, but the house itself is 1,284 square feet on the ground. And it's 26,
Yeah, go on.
it's 26 feet tall to the highest ridge.
Which
I see that, Bill.
I'm not on it, but
This.
I think you did good.
This and this. I think it's the narrowness of the taller piece that is. Can you make that a little wider?
Or shorter?
No, this, right here.
Oh, that one. I was
Just
thinking about that
compared to.
one.
Look at that.
I just flipped it up.
You just what?
Oh,
we just whipped it up.
Perspective, you're not gonna notice? Yeah,
It was so.
Oh,
You did a good job.
you're an artiste.
From the perspective.
But, so,
Okay. But
get-
so- yeah.
getting to the point of, okay, the question came up, Abby asked a question I didn't have a proper answer for. Remind us, that little lane that goes down there, does that have a name? Is it an
It's-
actual street?
Not, they still call it Vestal, so you can't really find it, but it's like a shared shell driveway.
Okay.
It's a private
And it's,
lane.
and yours is obviously the last on there, so.
It's the last one, right?
You're, I think that, would you be trespassing if you were looking straight on like this?
Well, that's what I'm saying. This view where it shows the west elevation, you'd have to be in someone else's garage to ever be able to see that.
Right.
That's as far as you can see the
Yeah.
house and drive on the
Right.
private lane.
So can I go now?
Yeah.
Okay. So, this little sketch, this beautiful sketch, it appears that the west elevation is a lot shorter, and it sure looks, more proportionally correct. I mean, this looks, more in scale with everything. It doesn't look like it pops up like, HSAB is, suggesting, or, somebody over there.
That's the problem with these flat-on drawings.
Yeah, it
This
looks-
has a
Yeah,
nice,
I mean, this-
reasonable roof pitch, and it's just the fact that that mass is
This just
wide that
looks
makes it look.
and
proportionally correct,
is
right?
that, and that's accurate. It's not, I didn't like fudge it. That's actually.
Did you see this? Yeah.
Okay, so, Abby, all that is to say that you
Yeah, I'm
seem
okay
like
with
you're
it.
okay. Okay, Diane?
I like it very much, the north elevation and the additive massing. However, I have a problem with the east elevation. It's got the highest eave and the smallest windows. So when you look at it, it makes it stand out as being very tall and taller than what's around it because of the whatever the drop is from that eave down to the one-story eave. I would like to see what's in that
Are you
elevation.
talking about that?
Yeah.
The two double ones up in the gable, but you think those are too large?
I think
Too big?
it's too tall and it needs more windows. If you're going to leave it that height, I think you have to make it wider, steadier on the bottom. You know what I mean?
With windows?
Yeah,
Okay.
Oh, because there's just no windows on the bottom.
right, and
It's
it makes that elevation zoom in the air, and
Got it.
you're going to see it, the east elevation coming down Bristol Street.
You won't actually see it at all. That east elevation is
It's on the
completely
back.
hidden.
Completely hidden.
Yeah.
That's going to the back property
It's
line.
the opposite side of where the drive is.
Yeah, I just thought from the lower street then you would.
It's on this side, so this is right, this
Yeah,
is here. And on here, it would be only seen from this person's yard.
all right, well then I'm wrong. I thought you could see it more from
No, it's probably the least visible elevation. Yeah.
I'm good with it now that I understand its context, and I did go try to find it, and I could not find it.
Oh, yeah, yeah, that's the other thing. Perspective, always helpful, but particularly helpful in this case. Can I have a motion?
Motion to approve. That's it.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna hold your motion. John, I'm sorry.
I have a question. You have 7 awning windows in the structure. And awnings basically should be very true in any structure. You know, so if you make them fixed, you can't put it open.
You want them to be hoppers?
Hmm?
You want them to be hoppers?
Hoppers, fixed awnings,
Fixed.
your choice.
Okay, can I ask you a question about this stretch code that just will impact this house pretty seriously? And I don't know how you guys are dealing with the single glazed windows.
I know nothing about that.
So my question to you is, if it's going to be impossible to get it HERS rated based on the fact that it's so small and we have to use the single pane windows, how are you guys dealing with that right now? I know you've only been having like up against it for one meeting, but in ROH, what are you proposing to do now?
Well, the answer is we have no idea, because it's been on our other business agenda, which we've been trying so desperately to get to, and
So may I?
Go.
Talk to, excuse me, Paul Murphy, and see if we can get an exemption from the stretch. You'll revert to a historical exemption. You'll have to come back to us, and you'll revert to prescriptive.
Right. Which at least we can hit with like old school storms and all of that.
Yeah, yeah.
But we can't get it HERS rated.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Do the, are the awning windows, are they, storm rated? Are the ones that you proposed?
No.
Yeah.
That's the problem is in the OHD, when we're requesting single glaze, we run into issues with the energy code.
I'll do a model though. I want to see what alternatives may be.
Because I even ran it with like full closed cell. It's just, we don't have the square
Did
footage
you-
of roof mass to make it.
Do Energy Star appliances and high efficiency mechanicals? That'll make a huge difference.
Yeah, even with heat pumps, though, it's just like, it's just too small.
Okay. Nice information. So back to John's question. Hopper, fixed, what's your preference?
They need to operate so hopper.
Hopper.
Okay.
Okay.
Anyway.
All right, so then can we make a motion to approve this? Let's see, Diane, you were about to make a motion, I believe. And could you include John's request that the awnings go to hoppers?
Yep.
All right, that's Diane's motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now back to you, Mr. Avery. Sorry for the delay.
So
Your little number thing fell over.
Oh, and I just put it down for the time being.
I was actually interested in that conversation.
It did.
The stretch code.
I just wanted to make sure it didn't sound like I was giving a guarantee or anything on Paul. He'll review it.
Yeah, I mean, you
Okay.
can get a historical exemption, but that requires.
Not on new dwellings, it was tough though.
Yeah, that requires an old building. Yeah.
No. At least, see, I don't know about the stretch, but heretofore, if you were doing a new building in the OHD where we require there to be single glazed windows, we, the HCC, could grant an exemption from the energy code. And we did it innumerable times.
From the more stringent aspect.
Correct.
Because you're still subject to the energy.
Definitely worth talking to the building
Yeah,
inspector.
not the
That's-
stretch. Okay. I'll run a model. I want to see if there's a way to do it.
That would be cool. Okay, so here's what HSAP had to say about your project, sir. Apron too wide at 19 feet, too much brick. Angled parking is awkward given the perpendicular nature of the home sites on the street. Sidewalk accessibility concerns. Huh. It's really not our department. but
Okay,
I said that.
I'm here representing this because of, well, mainly empathy. This is an elderly couple who owns this home, lives there,
And it has become impossible to find parking anywhere within 2-block area of this house these days. And so they feel the need to propose a driveway. Martin's Lane, as you know, is a very narrow, wonderful little street. We don't want to in any way impact that. But there are 3 curb cuts on Martin's Lane now. And I felt that this driveway would not impact the look and the feel of Martin's Lane. So I said I would come here and represent it for them. The reason for the angle, as you can imagine, is because Martin's Lane is so narrow that a car can't make the turning radius without it being angled. It is a little bit wider than normal because of the same reason, trying to make a turn with a car to get up into that space. The one issue that HSAB talked about also is the sidewalk. It's a narrow sidewalk. So we're going to have a ramp as steep as possible coming from the brick road up to make a solid width for a sidewalk at the curb cut. And that's we're going to try to do the best we can.
So what happens there? I mean, we've actually, well, you know all the controversy that's happened over the years on Martin's Lane. The most recently, I think it was Chuck Lenhart and company came in for the house right next door, obtained a curb cut thing, and by the way,
You can't get out of there?
No. I don't think it's been built because it would have been really difficult because they were perpendicular. But you know, that's actually on town property, and all the case law is like, it's town property, we have no jurisdiction over it. It's still being argued.
That's what the Martin's Lane decision said.
What?
The Martin's Lane court decision said we have no jurisdiction
I know.
outside the property line.
I read the decision, and there are a few things in there that are really sketchy.
Yeah, like materials
Yes.
can be determined.
Yeah.
You can't say yes or no.
Okay,
to a
yeah,
curb cut.
the bottom line is that we can't prohibit you from getting a curb cut.
Right.
That's item number 1. Item number 2 is that we are in control of the materials. You know, the type of curb and so forth. So now, the way it was handled, if memory served me on the last application, one that I sat on, was you have the granite curbing that curves in, right? All the pitch takes place within that granite curbing, which still allows you to have the sidewalk level going past, so the whole thing just doesn't go down.
And that's our attempt. And one thing about this property where it sits, it's not where the curb is the highest, you know, in some places on Martin's Lane. It's
2 feet high.
Yeah, but this isn't that location. This is more like an average curb height.
Okay.
So I think we can do it, and I think we can make a good sidewalk there for people to use. I don't know what other material you might want to see besides brick for this, but you know, if you have alternatives, we'd entertain them certainly.
Well, what is the material on? I know one of them is actually concrete. But
Here.
You have the others?
Pictures.
Yeah, those are pictures of Martin's Lane that I took to
What's the
show
one
the
that
3
you-
other curb cuts and show, you know,
Belgian block.
It's all Belgian.
What's on the corner of Orange and Martin's Lane, the one they?
no, this, what we're proposing is back further,
I know,
closer to
that's-
the Fair
that's it.
Street line.
I think the first cut was at 3 Martin's Lane.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's right.
Then the next one was Orange Street and the telephone pole and all the rest of the
That's
stuff.
right. That's right.
And this is back down
Yep,
to
yep,
3.
exactly. And so when you come in from Fair Street, you can pull into the slightly angled parking there, and then you can back out much more easily. And it doesn't disturb the street width or anything like that. I think brick is more appropriate because it's smoother and more historic in, you know, in this part of town. So
What's your
certainly
concrete
fun.
wall?
That's
That's
already
the
there.
sidewalk.
That's the sidewalk that's already existing.
That's there, going
See,
up into their
Diane?
property.
Look.
Yes.
That's, okay.
Yes, John.
Apparently it matches the other 2.
Does.
I'll make the motion to approve it.
No,
Okay, I'm
I-
going to hold your
finish.
motion just for a second. Yes.
You have a thing here saying remove tree.
That tree is
It's a
in the
town
way.
tree? I need a certification saying it is not a town tree.
Okay, I'll talk to the surveyor about that. I don't know the answer to your question.
Okay, because you could talk to Will.
Yep.
Who is the new tree man out of DPW,
Okay.
and he's got a pretty good list of what trees are. Because
It's not an exceptional looking tree.
it doesn't
It's kind of
matter,
rough.
or it doesn't
But
matter if it's
I will
a town
find
tree,
out for you for sure.
stays. Okay,
So, right at the moment, we do have a motion on the table to approve as submitted. We do have the concern about the tree, maybe a little research is in order there. How does the rest of the board feel about this?
I'm not real hunky-dory about this.
Just
whole
in
project,
general?
Yeah.
Ray, may I just make a comment?
Of course you can.
As a non-voting member?
Non-voting.
Yes.
I think you could design this in a way where it can make, no pun intended, a better curb appeal. With the concrete walk being so tight to the parking, you're gonna have this brick and concrete with very limited space in between. In concrete, this concrete walk is not in any of the pictures that I see, but it will be visible once you remove that fence.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you have a suggestion about a different material to use there.
Well, I'm just
we're happy to
thinking
do
that you may wanna, instead of having this small little space in between the concrete walk and the brick parking, that you may wanna just combine the two into one
Yeah,
homogeneous paving.
pour the
And
concrete all
then
over the
remove the concrete and make that basically,
Yeah.
egress for people to get in and out.
I'm with Jesse on this. I think this needs a little more thought into how to make this more Martin's Lane, without, I'm not real excited about this angle of the parking
And that,
either.
and that was gonna be my other comment. It
Yeah.
would be a bit of wasted space and you would be making the parking a little bit bigger. But if you were to square it up, and you could still park on an angle.
Yeah. The other ones on Martin's Lane are squarer, but they're quite wide. I mean, they're
Yeah.
wider than this.
Well, the two of you are basically saying the same thing. Jesse, if I understood you correctly, you're saying rather than have this angled looking thing, which it doesn't really conform to the normal curb cut, you rarely see these sort of chevron curb cuts, particularly on Martin's Lane. You square the whole thing off, it's just wider so that you pull your car in diagonally into a square space.
And I do get concerned by doing that and also adding a walk into this, because then that whole area becomes a massive paving.
Right.
But if you can break it up with some granite in the brick or some kind of, some type of border.
Okay.
That defines the parking from the walk type thing, so just not all brick. That might, give it a better look and feel for, so it doesn't seem like their whole property is paved, basically.
Could we hold for revision?
Okay, so I just want to make sure, John did have a motion on the table to approve. John, are you okay with modifying your motion to holding for some revisions, just so we can find out about the tree and maybe him doing a couple other layouts? Would you be all right with that?
I'll withdraw the motion.
Thank you.
Okay, motion to hold for what, revisions?
And
More
some sort of
information.
confirmation about the tree.
Yeah.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you all.
Thanks. Chip Webster, 34 Prospect.
Good evening.
Good evening to you.
Whoops.
To you and you.
Hi, Michael.
Hi.
How you doing? Thank you.
34 Prospect.
Shining in my face. Terrific.
What?
I'm gonna run to the loo. Does somebody else wanna sit on this?
Whoa. Oh, the bathroom, you want to sit on?
Sure.
Is this real or fake?
The house?
Yeah.
It was built in 1934, so it's a replica.
Was their name Woods?
No, actually, should I start? Do you want me to?
Oh, sorry.
roll into it? No, no.
Wait, but before you start, do we have any HSAP comments or anything on there?
Oh, sorry about that. Wait, no, it's more in it. We do. And Ray, Val is gone, so Jesse's sitting on
Gladys
this.
Woods' house.
What's that?
Val's going to the restroom, so Jesse's sitting on this.
Sounds good. All
Remember
right,
Gladys Woods?
thanks.
Diane. Gladys Woods.
Okay,
Is this her house?
34 Prospect contributing. Enlarged secondary masses out of, north elevation, sorry. North elevation, enlarged secondary mass is out of scale with main mass. Third floor dormers are excessive. This structure may have an important provenance that is not being addressed in this application. It is believed, for instance, that the core is an 1800 structure moved on. South elevation, diamond panes are more appropriate for this structure than what is being proposed. B windows are out of scale with building. Consider smaller panes, 12 and 12, 12 over 12, etc. House has history of using repurposed salvaged items and massing. Public comment, secondary mass out of scale in length and height. Diamond pane windows are iconic and should remain. And Michael sat on that, so hopefully I read it all correctly.
May I ask him a technical question?
Yes, me or?
You. Is this Marjorie Mills' house?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Nice.
As sharp as it.
No, she was the second one.
She wrote for the Boston Herald and was very well known. She
Dame of
came down
Boston.
here in the summer.
Dame of Boston.
Right.
Okay. All right.
What are you
all right.
doing?
Well, good evening, everyone. Chip Webster on behalf of the applicant. So this is a proposal before you for some modifications to the existing house, as well as an addition, replacing a addition that is currently there. The main house was built in 1934, and the addition was in the 80s. So the upper drawing shows how it sits now. The diamond pane windows were replaced, I don't know, sometime between the original and now. And the addition currently has shown the, whatever is 8 over 12 on it. So the client would like to, it's pretty self-evident, on the main house, change the windows and a couple other things, so the addition of some dormers on the rear, remove the addition that was built in the 80s and construct a new addition in its place. So that's pretty much.
Thank you. Thank you, Chip. Michael?
Yes.
What?
The addition, is it highlighted?
Oh, John, basically you have at the top of the sheet, you have the existing, and then underneath is the proposed. So you just compare the two.
I can't believe we would do that.
It should say garage.
No, that's the next
That's the
application.
next one. Sorry, Michael.
Okay. I'm actually wearing, I guess, two hats only because
Diane?
Michael May, I'm a member of the Historic Structures Advisory Board. They asked me to attend if you had any questions. And I also had some information about the house from the NPT, the Nantucket Preservation Trust, where I work. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of background of, we had done some research on the property. It was erected in 1934 for Richard Emerson, and it was the home of Marjorie Mills, who was one of the pioneer women broadcasters and newspaper person. And she lived there from 1945 to 1967. It's considered one of the finest examples of colonial revival architecture. And the house, in fact, is comprised of 3 historic structures, the main block of the house. We know that part of it was the Ledwick house that once stood along Nantucket Road near the head of Maine. There's an 18th century house from New Street that was owned in the early 19th century by Nathaniel Bunker, and an early structure that was converted into a barn, the old Hamlin property along Cliff Road. And Clay Lancaster in his book also notes that the framing members are from the 1743 Jeremiah Coleman house on Warren Street. The house actually has only had 3 owners, so Emerson, Mills, and the Miller family who own it now. It was designed by architect Alfred Schericks, who was born in 1870, died in 1945. He went to MIT where he had his, he was a trained architect and worked in Providence, but he's probably most remembered as the architect who restored the oldest house on Island in 1927. And then soon after that, he came and he moved to Nantucket in 1929 and started doing restoration projects and projects like this. So he took these 3 houses that were going to be demolished and basically made this structure, the core structure from it. And then, of course, the little hyphen was an old, I think may have been original to that 1935 design, and then the other portion is 1980s, I guess as Chip mentioned.
So all 3 of those houses are all
they were like
pushed under this one roof?
Right, I think bits and parts, bits and pieces. Yeah,
Wow.
so I mean, and that was just from research that we found from newspapers and that sort of thing. But it's unclear what sections came from what houses, except for Clay Lancaster saying that one from the Jeremiah.
Right.
But you know, I think Ricks is kind of important too, because he was the one who did all the illustrations for 95% Perfect, which was kind of like the precursor for the building with Nantucket in mind. So I think the advisory Historic Structures Advisory Board thought that it was really iconic, and then when I didn't remember the history until I went back to my office and looked it up. So I just wanted to share that with you, and I'll share it with Chip too.
That's great. Thank you. I can almost see the different pieces in here, you know, the 3 different pieces. 1, 2, 3, like that. Great. You ready to go? Good, Diane. Go for it.
This is certainly a very classic house. It sits high on its hill. It is seen wherever way you come, you see the windows with the diamond-shaped windows. If it was built in 1934, it becomes an 84-year-old house, give or take 84, 88-year-old house. And to change the whole atmosphere and put 6 over 6s or 2 over 2s on it is to me a travesty. You have a house that we now know is combined with several old houses, the wood and stuff inside. She took such special care of it, Marjorie did. And I just can't see changing the facade of a building that is one down from the old mill, so that's on that street. And basically you're staying with the same shape, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So why change the windows of a building that is done by a well-known architect and all the rest of it? I don't understand why.
Thank you, Diane.
Val? I'm not on it. I just
Oh,
came
that's
in
right,
halfway.
Jesse. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Jesse.
Well, I mean, I think it's, for me, not knowing the house as well as some people on the board, and finding out how interesting the history is, I'd like to view it. And I, you know, my first inclination is that I think we should preserve the main mass of the building and its historical attributes, and allow the new owner and applicant to indulge on the newer addition.
Thank you, Jesse. Abigail?
I prefer a lot of the existing over the proposed. The diamond windows, I understand, I mean, I'm guessing that it must be dark in there because you've got a lot of whatever these things are called, muntins. So, okay, so that's good too. But, I mean, if we were to, there are some 8/12s in the back, and I think if we were to change, I find the 6/6 is almost offensive to this building. It's like it's disrespectful to have windows that big, and I think the front door is equally inappropriate. I'd like to see, you know, a quieter entrance to this house than having you know, the transom and the side windows. I think the proposed additive massing, I think, is overwhelming, and I prefer, again, the existing, and would like to keep that. I think it's more in keeping with the proportion and not overwhelming the building that really was renovated or you know, designed quite well the way it stands.
Thank you, Al. John?
Yes, I agree with this 100%. The B&D windows should be changed to something else. They are casement windows. They're gonna look awful in this structure. Doesn't match anything. This structure was moved years back from New Street up to here, the main center. And if this gets changed this much, taken away from the house itself. My mother-in-law was born in there. She rolled over in a grave.
No kidding.
Down on New Street, yeah.
Wow.
She's 104.
Down on New Street. Yeah.
But anyway, that's just the history on the house that I know of.
Right.
But there are gonna be a lot of changes in this, if anything, there shouldn't be any. Because the new part has 6/6s, but there should not touch those diamond paint, it belongs right there. This is gonna be a hard application, but that's my opinion.
Thank you, John.
Can I add one thing?
Sure, yeah.
On the southeast elevation, where you had 3 of the triangle windows under the chimneys, and that dropped down to, I don't know, we don't have any heights on the existing. The proposed is 31 feet. This is a historic building, and the double windows, the mulled windows, the whole wall is mulled windows. It is completely different than what the architect who designed it had in mind, and it looks like an apartment building.
Addition, yeah, I mean,
It's
southeast,
31
yeah.
feet, whatever the whole eve is, there's no break in it, there's no nothing.
And that elevation sort of underscores the whole idea that the addition is kind of dwarfing the so-called main part of the house.
Right.
You know, the scale of it is so much larger.
And it is visible because this is next to the mill.
Yeah.
So you come up and you look right, you see it every
Right.
way from Tuesday.
Yep, thank you, Diane. So, I agree wholeheartedly with everything that's been said. I think that there's an issue with scale here, particularly with the addition, the changes in the windows, the entry as Abby pointed out, but basically everything that was said at the table resonates with me. So, I
Motion to
think
hold
maybe
for
we need some
revisions.
revisions here. Okay.
Close that, or we could do it.
Chip, I love
Good
your
sense of humor.
I didn't know if I.
Do you want me to enter that in?
Sure, that'd be great.
So we're just gonna put this into the record. Yes, sir.
I'm missing something.
Yes.
The green on here, all right,
Yeah,
shows the location.
yeah.
If I'm thinking right, this property, maybe I'm wrong, the location where it is, this year's property is owned by the, foundation, I believe.
Yeah. It's
You're checking where it is, huh?
between the mill and Dr. Leprey's house.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly. Okay, did I take a vote on
I
that?
don't know, I don't remember.
I can't even remember who made the motion. Oh, you made the motion, okay, so all those, let's do it again, just to be sure. All those
Motion
in
to
favor-
hold for revisions.
Thank you, all those in favor of Abby's motion?
Aye.
Okay.
And could I make a motion that the garage track?
Well, I would be fine with that. You know, I think that, once we work out the issues of scale and so forth with the house, then we can, give some more attention to the garage. So a motion has been made to hold the garage on the same piece of property to track, the main house. All those in favor of Diane's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a great evening, everyone.
Yeah.
Okay.
11.
12 Hussey Street.
It's quarter past.
Oh, do we want to take a little break before we
Yeah.
see Ben?
Before you.
Yeah. Totally fine. Okay, 5-minute break, folks. And then we're gonna start moving it into high gear.
Well, we're at number 10.
Number 10. Oh my
Yeah,
God.
let's be slow as molasses here.
No, it's just horrifying.
You think this is gonna be Thursday?
No.
Thursday?
So,
Let's move.
What's the
so
upshot?
quick talking there. If we do have a Thursday meeting, it's going to be at 3 o'clock, not 1 o'clock, because of the meeting's posting today. That's the only.
Oh,
If that's, or if you can make it, you can make it. If you can't make it, you can't.
Well, I will certainly try.
I don't, I read them.
I got your text.
I don't remember if I have cheese.
I texted you back, sure.
I just got it.
Oh, okay.
Did you text it from me? I'm not supposed to text it from me.
I didn't text it to the meeting.
I
I was outside.
Oh,
If you text it the meeting, it's a public record.
An orange.
actually, I bet you.
No.
So don't text it the meeting.
That would get me in a lot of trouble.
We gotta keep an eye on John, you know, he gets a little,
Yeah.
he gets a little wily, you don't want him texting stuff out.
During, a meeting, is that public record?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Hey, do we still have a president?
Her telephone is not.
What's
working.
going on with that? All I've seen is some Twitter stuff or. It's gonna all be nothing again. It's just not worth getting
You
worked
know
up.
what? I seriously was watching the news multiple times daily, and then about 2 weeks ago, I go, you know what? I can't. I just can't.
It's just not worth it.
I have to get a
Again, it's a roller coaster.
Yeah.
I think
Really?
Since we have kids, we don't watch the news.
The what's for?
I might have to watch it now.
So they're gonna open an impeachment inquiry.
Yeah.
officially.
And then you don't know what to believe.
Is that the
So
first
it's
time?
like, that's already happened once before. It's just, it's not worth it.
Yeah.
I would sit, but
John's, I think, on the link vote.
I've been sitting for hours and I can't see it.
Because they've got the
And I
golf
bruised my
tournament,
hip.
my cousin's
Man, these
golf
chairs are so
tournament.
skinny.
My brother stupidly
Oh,
went
yeah.
out.
I know, I
can't
sat
even
at
get
my
up to
for 2.5 hours. My back is back. That's why I keep going outside.
And here's the little thing if you want to put.
I got the sciatica. I sit at my desk.
Oh, yeah.
And I get up and I'm like, oh.
Yeah, it's terrible.
I think 9:30 or quarter.
Oh, no, really?
So my
I
back
got
is just
some Polish candy.
sitting there.
Do you like it?
So I get up and walk around.
Oh, yeah.
And then I called for burgers and fries and I had some dinner in the car. Had a little date night.
Like $3.50.
Really?
Yeah. Well, I knew I was
Like in the middle of the meeting?
Same
Just
ones
during
that you have.
just
30 foot
just
prospect
now.
was
Just
burger
now.
time.
This is-
Yeah, they were great.
Oh.
Why is this just burgers?
What's that?
As long as it's date night, but just dinner.
Just
I
dinner.
don't want to hear anything else.
No, we were at the drive-in outside.
Yikes.
Looking at the majestic front of the community building.
It was good. Looked good.
I don't know. I'm just so hungry.
Salty snack.
Get some cheese crisps.
I had a missed call at the office. They said you're grateful.
Where'd you get your burger from?
Sometimes you get a spam call and it actually comes through.
Kitties.
You ordered a burger?
Burger night at Kitty's, $5.
Kitties. I just had date night in the car.
Oh, you just get a burger and
burger and fries for your wife?
You mean like your phone will say?
So it wasn't my cell phone, it was all week.
Well, I asked them if they would make me mini burgers for you guys. They're getting so clever.
I think I'm gonna steal that idea. Steve. Get my wife over here with a burger.
Stealing somebody's.
You sit out, you can watch the flag flying and the lights on it.
And you know what?
I've eaten in workplaces.
I'm so dying to have a burger and I never get to have one.
Well, we'll have to do an HCC burger night.
Yeah.
Yeah, have the meeting at
burgers.
Kitty's, so we can have drinks.
I'll get you guys all liquored up. That should be fun.
Why can't he bring them over, John Kane? Why can't he bring them over here?
I bet he would deliver.
Yeah.
We're not supposed to eat in here.
Get some pints.
Oh.
Pints of beer.
Get some pints.
When we-
I'm gonna get me a beer.
When we had meetings at the school, we always had pizza brought in and stuff.
We used to get stuff at the cafeteria before they closed.
Oh.
No.
And John, whose last name I won't repeat, used to have his little martini.
Oh.
Wow.
Sitting next to me.
What's this doing here?
And vanilla gin is not my favorite
Oh, really?
smell. Unless I'm drinking it, but I don't.
You want to
drink
hear a
much.
funny story, Diane, about that? I was never present, but you know, when Hugh Newell Jacobson was coming around presenting his big projects, you know, so apparently he's back in the audience and he turns to some guy and he's like, these are the person you were just talking about. He is, that guy drinks even more than I do. Okay, we're back in order. Ben, what do you got for us? Removing a rear chimney.
Yep, so 12 Hussey Street. It's the one with the immense picture window on the street. I can't miss it.
Oh, yeah.
Next to the pineapple land, I believe it is.
It used to be Bob Miller's house.
Yep. So there's the central chimney, which is remaining, and if you look from India Street through someone's backyard, you can just make out a little rear chimney. And I have pictures, a few extra pictures. I have one from inside the property.
Let me just read. HSAB made a point of saying no quorum. Apparently, Michael May recused.
I think Mickey recused. All right, so I think Mickey.
All right, well, then they did this. Anyway, it says chimney must stay, building historic. Chimney is part of existing fabric, need more info. That's HSAB. Okay, go on.
So, yeah, so the house is old. The rear addition is also old. It seems to not change from the very 1887 Sanborn maps. The rear addition seems to be pretty consistent. The house did get a whole new foundation sometime in the cinder block era. So that picture right there, John, is from the basement. The chimney has no interior firebox. It's just a flue. There's no fireplace.
Does it run down to the basement?
So it was a mechanical venting.
Yeah, it was. Well, it was probably for the stove in the kitchen.
Maybe.
That's what those old rear chimneys used to be.
Yeah.
It wasn't a firebox.
No.
It was a little plug where you put your wood stove.
Yeah, and that might be true. And here's a picture from the attic. It's actually parked in the attic.
Okay.
And Yeah, I mean, there, that's part of the application, to remove that chimney. Another request is that there's on the same view from India Street, there's a little 6-light, fixed window in a bathroom. And we'd like to switch that out to a 3/3 window, to get some actual natural air into a bathroom. So it's still a 6-pane window, but instead of a 6.
Same aperture.
Yeah, it's the same shape, it's just now
Yeah, that's the
3/3.
one. Right.
Yeah, I've kind of circled it there.
Okay, comments from the board. Val?
Can you leave it on the roof and just take out the inside part? Or remake it?
If that's the flavor of the board, to rebuild it as shown from the outside, I'm not gonna beat around the bush, it will be a false chimney. You know, it won't have use, it's just a visual.
It doesn't have use now.
That's very true.
I'm in favor of saving it. I don't,
I'm in favor of saving
it's
it.
fine.
Also.
Okay, consensus view is that we say the chimney can be false. You know, it won't go into the fabric of the building, but as an exterior feature it will remain. And everybody's okay with changing the 6-light to a 3/3, I would
Yeah.
imagine.
That's
Okay.
my motion.
The motion on the table, Abby's motion, is to save the exterior portion of the chimney. The 3/3 is fine, but the exterior portion of the chimney on the back shall remain. All those in favor of Abby's motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
All right, thanks so much.
Ben. 2 Daffodil Lane.
You gonna write that down, Diane?
Yep.
Oh.
Well, welcome to the same thing.
Oh, hi, Chief.
Good morning.
Thanks.
Okay.
That's nice.
It certainly does. It's a hunting.
Actually, I have to recuse on this.
I hate to disappoint you, but
No, but just,
you weren't on.
if
it
this
anyway.
kid's carried over, I just
Oh, I
wanted to
see.
say for the
Okay,
record.
all right, thank you for the record. Got it. Okay, so it's a new house,
Oh, goodness gracious.
Evergreen Way in Daffodil. This
Nice
is,
lot.
okay, that's, is there an existing house on the lot?
But if they subdivided, if you look at the second page.
Aha, okay, got it. So this will go closer to the intersection, right at the corner.
It's gonna be right on the corner of Evergreen.
Evergreen and Daffodil. Everybody got that?
Yep.
All right.
I still like it. That's my comment.
What's that?
I'm in favor of it.
Okay.
Ditto.
I'm not sure it's a city. My grandson is very close to the family, and he lives with me.
Well, Diane, the standard is, you don't have any financial interest, I'm sure. And you feel like you can be fair and unbiased.
Yeah, I'm always fair and
I
unbiased.
know that. I'm just asking. That's the standard.
All right.
All right, so if you can remain fair and unbiased, then you're allowed to remain on. So what's your view?
I would like to see the windows on the north elevation of the rear. It's going to face, how's it facing out to Daffodil?
No, here.
Huh?
On the
Evergreen.
Evergreen. Okay, so that makes it, the south elevation is
The
is
front.
front, and the east elevation is there. North elevation would be facing into 4 Daffodil. Can you see it? Would you be able to see the back of the building?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I would like to see the windows up on the shed, separated. You've got small windows, top and bottom, and I don't know, I don't have a chart. Is, you got 3 feet between the eave and the beginning of the shed?
Oh, the dormer?
Yeah,
It appears to be.
Yeah.
that.
It
That's
does?
3 feet.
Okay. Just looks a little
Yeah.
tight. I'd either that or bring the dormer in and not have it so big and separates the windows down on the first floor and make them perhaps the same size as the windows on the second floor. First floor should be able to support the second floor.
this is the kitchen.
If you have kitchen windows, then that's a different thing. Are the ones on the other side kitchen too?
Bathroom. Bathroom. But these she can separate like by
Yeah.
maybe 8 inches.
8 inches.
Because they're pretty.
But that's just my opinion. It's not what
Okay.
you have to do.
Well, let's see what John has to say. John, do you have any comments on this application?
No, it's well designed house.
It is.
It's in the neighborhood.
So,
It's a hunting
It's
tip.
cute. Any way you could line up the C's underneath the A's, or are we not doing that now? We're separating them? See how they're a little bit askew?
They're different, aren't they?
she's just talking about the
Bottom
fact that
floor.
like the center line of that doesn't line up with that. Center line of that doesn't line up with that. Let's take a look at the floor plan, we might be able to tell.
Well, they just said, yeah.
That's just the kitchen, and then,
Well, what Abby is suggesting is if you could just move
yeah.
those over so that they lined up.
I think it will work in the bathroom.
So should we try that out?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'd motion to approve with the north elevation, first floor windows lining up with the second floor dormer.
What about a gap between those windows up on the second
You
floor?
really want that gap? I'll give it to you.
Well,
You can actually accomplish both.
Yeah,
Um,
and separating the
You're
windows.
just looking for a little
in the
bit of
dormer.
separation. Rather than mulling those 2 windows to, or the 4 windows, you have 2 pairs of 2. Just put a little shingle space between them. Doesn't need to be much.
and it'll help line up your first floor windows.
Right, so is that your motion?
Yes.
Okay, all those in favor of Abby's motion?
Aye.
Aye. There you go.
Thank you.
All set. So what you wanna do is make those modifications to the drawings and just get them to the HDC.
Do you,
They'll
are
stamp
you
them.
writing that?
and you're good to go. Okay?
Thank you.
Yep, thanks. Okay, Karen, you here? Karen? Not here. Karen's not here.
Oh, motion to hold for representation.
It is a ground array, so I was looking forward to giving her that, but we'll hold it. Okay, so all those in favor of holding for representation?
Aye.
Aye.
Management was pretty strict about it.
Oh, did you review it?
And yes, we did.
Oh, so it's
But
not
we're
a
not
straight-
reviewing it.
We're not reviewing it.
I know.
Okay, so now you're
Dramatic
here,
if
are
we
you
get
here
to
for
it.
76 Easton Street?
Yeah, for Kim.
Okay.
Okay. All she's looking for, I think there's pictures in here.
Keep the waves out of the house.
Is it? Well,
I think
Yeah, there's
so.
nothing else. It's a very
That's all there is.
there.
HSAB simply says concrete not appropriate, brick more appropriate.
okay, she's fine with that, and the soldier force. Not going to take this away, because she needs about that width, about the inch width, height.
It's retained.
How tall
Well,
is
it's a
it?
bumper, it's an edge.
For how,
5 inches.
that's how tall it is? That's
all
it?
she wants, yeah.
What, that doesn't make
Oh my gosh.
She wants to
So,
separate the lawn, it's sort
folks,
of falling into the sidewalk.
I
and-
see that.
And she just
Which
wants
one
to
do
have a
you
little
want
bit of
to
an
have?
edge
A border,
there.
a curve.
Just a little border. But
So,
she didn't wanna do it without coming in here.
Yeah.
right, so,
Oh, I can kind of see why they
folks,
want I can kind of see why they wanted cement. Because
they're
if it's
willing,
just a.
they're willing to do it as
Okay,
brick.
all right. I'm, no
You know,
problem.
when possible, I do like to defer to HSAP. They are our advisory board after all. So listen, everyone, what the proposal now is to do a soldier course of brick that's 5 inches tall. Any issues with that, folks?
No, what
All right.
about the concrete step? Can we leave it the way it is, or are you gonna make that brick?
Let me see the picture again. I haven't seen the picture since I put it in. That's an old piece of granite or concrete now, and she wanted to replace that with concrete
Concrete.
step instead of that thing,
Sorry, what?
this thing,
Yeah.
the one bump up step.
She's
She
gonna.
wanted to replace that with a concrete step, but if we're going brick in the front, we can go brick there.
Okay. Can I have a motion from someone?
Ditto on the step.
All brick?
All brick.
Okay.
All right. Motion has been made to do this,
Or she'll leave that the way it is.
curb, I can't even call it a retaining wall, really. Motion to, or Abby's motion is to approve the curb and, soldier course of brick with the step to match.
Or she'll leave the step the way it is. I mean,
Or
that was
leave the
sort of an
step the way it
afterthought for her.
Is that okay with you?
Sure.
All right, so that's Abby's motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, Smurd.
You got that one, Diane?
Yeah.
What?
What about 39 Pleasant Street? Oh, you might be looking at the.
agenda?
Yeah.
You have an old agenda.
You have
You're on- you're on consent.
What's this?
39 went on consent, Steve.
Good evening.
Sorry.
Hi.
I'm great. How are you all?
Welcome.
Kadeem.
Kadeem,
Yep.
this goes.
But that's fine, I have a lot of cleaning up to do, just leave it already.
Seven 22.
Stevie.
Moving.
You're doing all right. What you got, man? Addition. It's on Mill Point Road.
Correct.
Yeah, it's not big enough.
Do we have photos?
On the last page.
Okay.
Oh, those are, yeah.
No, I don't have any.
All the way out.
Only one set left over.
Val, I have my set if you wanna.
There's another one coming on that side.
Here, Bill. One's a sample and then the other is a real home.
There's 20 photos. They're all on there.
Okay. Here.
So,
Here we go.
You want to give a little narrative?
That
Not
was
really.
in the
Okay,
application.
great. I should make it pretty obvious.
yeah, I was almost gonna run through, like, the west elevation, if we all look at the west elevation on the left-hand side, Stephen is doing sort of a bump out addition. It appears to be about 4.5 or 5 feet wide. He's taking a parapet wall that is right now squared off and curving it. Tell me
That's
if
correct.
any
so
of
far.
this is incorrect.
I'm extending that, your first comment, I'm extending existing massing about 4 feet.
Yeah,
And correct on the change the parapet to a curve.
and then you got another one of those happening over the, is that the front of the building?
Yeah.
Okay. So what I'm not quite getting, it looks like you got a curved bay. Is that what's happening with those A windows?
That's correct, right? And
And
actually,
then you got a
there's-
curved deck above that.
yeah, there's an existing curved bay, underneath a porch right now.
Oh,
We're
I see.
basically
You're
pushing
pulling it
that,
out.
that curve out.
Okay, where's the front door?
Front door is right there below, where it says proposed addition.
Oh, no,
building.
I got it. Okay, yep. And then you're adding on to the, right-hand side of that mass.
That's correct. Those
Where
little
those two
single
windows
story
are now.
push out there, yeah.
Uh-huh. Revised fenestration, you're just taking 2 big windows and giving us a small one.
Correct.
All right, that was the west elevation. The
Just to
south
be clear,
elevation.
that faces Eel Point Road, all right, and it's just shy of 300 feet back from the road. So,
Right. Okay, thank you. What are the colors?
it's all natural to weather.
Love it.
Yep, and what we
Well, if you
propose.
look at
You
the-
just mean, no, I do too, you can't see it.
And what we've
There it is.
proposed is, the windows are actually proposed, in the schedule. Those are, black. They're, dark green right now. We propose to change them to black, which is the same spec that we got approved on the cottage. That you approved, last year,
All right.
so. we're just rolling with that.
All right.
He's showing
And
the
so the
sample.
south elevation is showing us the side version of what we just discussed on the front.
Correct, that's the driveway side, yep.
Yeah, that's what it is. You're adding on the east elevation, which is the back, you're adding a deck off of that wood gable.
Correct. Over
You
and
are-
on top of an existing porch line.
See that? And you're also pushing out a little gable where there currently is just like a little bay.
Little box bay, yep.
And you're pushing out there. And then we're seeing the side of that addition that we spoke of at the beginning on the far right-hand side. And finally, the north elevation. We're seeing the projection of that little gable addition that we just talked about on the east elevation.
Yep.
And the north is showing us now based on what we saw from the two sides.
Two.
Okay.
I have just two
Questions,
little-
comments?
I have two little things I want to
Yeah,
say.
go.
On the front of the building, on the second balcony on the right, I think the cottage corners, I think the corner boards, it would relate better to the first balcony if you didn't have the cottage corners, if they were just
The draft.
cottage.
I think you're absolutely right.
Oh.
I mean, I think-
Oh, that's what you.
I think I'd love for those both to be cottage corners, if that's okay.
No, it's a mistake.
Has to be. Because you did it the right way here and the wrong way there.
Okay, Nana and Boo Boo. Okay, so, and in the back, east rear, I kind of like the shingled in balcony rather than the open rail.
Okay.
I guess that goes for the far right as well.
Is that existing or proposed, that little guy?
I don't know.
Oh, no, it's proposed. You're right. So it's not on that. Okay, so you prefers for those to be parapet walls as opposed to open rail?
They, should I address that, or?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I want to go around the
And then-
table first. This is a protocol that we're trying to follow.
Fully support.
Val.
It's fine, given the house that's there.
Okay. Fair enough. Diane.
I think it's all right too. I think on whatever elevation that is, east elevation, that second floor, that's what you'd rather see shingled in.
Yeah, so Stephen has two new second floor decks, one right kind of in the middle, and one sort of off to the right-hand side, both of which are shown as open rail.
Right.
And Abby's point was to have them match the ones that are on the front, which are parapet walls.
Right, I agree with her.
Okay, anything else?
Yep, that's.
All right, thank you. John? John, do you have anything?
I have a question for
Go ahead.
Steve.
Yeah, go
So
ahead.
are you, is the retaining wall part of this application as
It
well?
is, so it's a walkout patio on the front, and so whether that's right or wrong, I consider it as part of this project, so yes, the retaining, that's the sample of the retaining wall that's shown in the first floor plan.
Oh, I thought the wall was in the back. Field stone. Oh, okay.
So, Val,
I dashed it in on that front elevation, and I just thought I'd give you pictures. I was afraid to start drawing it and blocking the architecture behind it, so that was just the way I chose to
What's
approach
in front of it right now in the existing house? Is that concrete?
No, it's just grass, and then what you're seeing, that gray element, I tried to like scale in what I thought the wall would look like from the road.
Oh.
So I've added that graphic just to try to give you a sense of how it sits on the house as viewed from the road.
You're not gonna have it extend the whole length of the front of the house?
It's
No.
right
That's
here.
right, it
It's-
is not, yeah,
It's on the main mass.
Okay.
it is, yep.
Verify height of finished bluestone
See,
patio.
it's this.
What was the,
Uh,
wait, so how big, how?
I can see what I
I
applied
said, what
for, right?
for?
Oh, you have to ask him.
What is your?
I've asked for 24 to 42 inches.
Right there.
Well, that's pretty
Steppers.
widespread.
Oh, okay.
I agree, it's
You
gonna
don't
be
want it-
less.
You don't
because
want it
it's-
42 inches.
Because it's curved, it's gonna be a little less on the corners, and I think just where it curves out, it'll be a little deeper. I'm happy to develop that more and come back with more detail
Why
on
don't
that
we,
aspect.
yeah, why
if
don't we
you like.
hold that out of the application?
What's,
It's the
stone wall.
stone wall.
All he has to do is plant in front of it.
Yeah, but 24, 42, I'd rather not hold up the house.
Okay.
You know,
Hopefully my
going back and forth about,
my landscape architect might be able to help with that.
I bet he or she
Alright,
would be
so-
able to do so. John, do you have any comments?
Only one, block
Okay.
elevation,
Yeah.
second floor, the 8 windows should be something else there, should be double hung,
What do you say, Steve?
second floor.
I wouldn't do that.
And what are they now?
They're awnings right now. Which seems appropriate based on the roof line that they're sitting over and also that they're not visible.
They're
Could be.
They cannot be seen.
You okay with that, John? Alright.
Could I just, oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah, so let's go back to the parapet versus open rail.
Yeah, so
thing.
just so
We
that
have a
you
couple
understand
people.
sort of the rhyme or reason to it was simply because, so on the front of the house, we did the shingled ones, because they exist now and they're shingled to lend some privacy to those two balconies because they sit on the roadside, whereas here in the back where none of these balconies can even be seen, the idea was nice to have the morning light actually filtering through the rails, which is why we did it. So, and there's no privacy requirement.
And you can't see them?
You cannot. The
They
back
are
of this
on the-
house
they
cannot
are on
be
the
seen
back of the
from-
house.
Are
from
there any
anywhere.
revisions? Can I make a motion or not?
It doesn't sound like there are any revisions.
Okay,
John,
so,
okay, I think we're ready.
Except you're removing the stone wall from this, right?
Yeah, actually, thank you, Val. Right, so could your motion include that
Absolutely.
the stone wall shown on the site plan is not part of this application?
John has something about windows too.
He was okay with it. because
Okay.
of the visibility.
All right, motion to approve, nixing the, stone wall.
Well, motion to approve with the exception of the stone wall that's shown on the site plan in front. Basically, saying.
Okay,
No.
so moved.
It sounded like what you were saying is, my motion is to approve getting rid of the stone wall, is what it sounded like.
I'm not going faster if you correct my English.
Okay.
Just to clarify, that's not being rejected, it's just being asked to be applied for separately. correct?
Applied for
Taking
separately,
it
that's
off.
just not part of what we're approving at the moment. All those in favor of Abby's motion?
Aye.
Okay, thank you, Stuart.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and Lisa's up next, so.
So, no stone wall.
Comments, history, application, photos.
Steve.
Thank you.
You're not getting sick, are you?
No.
Are you on the list one, or?
I was on one recently.
I think you're up.
I think I'm on it.
Alrighty,
Here.
let me read yet again. For 34 Cliff Road, French doors do not approximate original 2/2 should remain. That's the east elevation. Other is additions not visible or limited visibility. And that is it.
I can go, Diane.
Alrighty, you ready?
I think HTAB is correct about the, you know, not, hello, Lisa. Hi. About not having French doors on Cliff Road. So I'm in favor of keeping the two over two windows.
Okay.
And in the back, I don't have a problem with that.
It's a very strange house.
Yeah, it's sort of hobbly.
So, TJ, are you on this now?
Yeah, I do agree with everything that Abby said, and while we're at it with the doors, keeping them as like a, was that the comment that those French doors should be 4 lights?
No, the French doors, it says not appropriate.
Well,
2
but there's
over
a-
2s should
Can I just point
remain.
out that they approved a door up above already this year, or you guys did? Either the deck upstairs and a door, what about if we made it look more like that door?
So I would be okay with that, and on the other side of the house where the addition is, if you made it a 4-light, 1-panel style door, I'd be okay with that. So I'd also reference the west elevation of that.
Although that's not visible.
Yeah.
I'd rather have all the glass.
Sure.
Okay, what about you?
I don't care about the west, because we're not gonna see that. And I agree with the thing about the doors on the front elevation.
Okay. To remain as 2 over 2s.
Or to match the door up above. They are very set back from the front of the house. If you look at the plan, they're really not on the front.
Okay.
Just like they're in the same plane as the window above. So they set back fairly dramatically on the front porch.
I'm holding out for the 2 over 2s. The windows.
You're
Just because,
interested?
so, you know, I've just seen French doors on the front of a house, you know.
Oh, yeah.
God, what happened? Corner of Cliff Lane, and, you know, somebody took down some trees and their leaves. It just, it looks suburban or something.
How about a shingled wall instead of a railing? Does that help?
That helps.
I didn't think it was appropriate on this house.
Yeah.
I'd rather have that than no, without the door.
How wide is that deck that those doors open onto?
You mean it's probably, the doors are 5, 4, 6, 7 feet. But it's super deep. I mean, if you look at the plan, it's probably 15, 28 feet.
Oh.
No, I'm sorry, 23 feet from the front porch.
Okay,
And there's a hedge.
so what did you come up with that you want or don't want?
No, I said I agree with the thing about the door.
Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, 5 feet 4.
What does Johnny say?
He's measuring.
You agree with HTAB or?
A red edge, right?
Oh, that's Val. You say you agree with HTAB?
Yeah, they say,
So you're in agreement to keep windows there, Val?
yeah.
Yeah,
Even though there's a French door, there's a door above it.
yeah.
How you doing, Johnny? What would you like?
Yeah.
Well, my comment, I'm thinking, pretty bad, 3 doors in there. With a window in there with the 2 doors
Yeah,
out.
there are 2.
There's a front door to get out.
He was hoping to have access to that porch from his family room. What about a single door and a window? Not good?
It's already so.
It's pushed back like 20 feet.
It's really
as
far
well.
back. I mean, I just don't think it's, look at the floor plan.
Look at the floor plan, it's pushed way back.
It's way back from the front door.
Right there in the-
So your thought is a door and a window?
Well, I mean, I prefer the French doors, but I mean, because it's so far back from the
Yeah.
front door, you're looking at this as if they're in the same plane. It's really not the front of the house. It happens to face the front, but it's not the front.
I could go for a window and a door.
Okay, John,
But if you did a window and a door, you're gonna have to figure out some grill configuration to make them look
I know, that's
hodgepodge.
That's why I sort of thought
You
the
got
front
one window
French
there.
doors seemed more,
You're rid of the French door.
cleaner.
He said, leave one window, get rid of the
A
French door.
3D kind of perspective would have been helpful on this to kind of gauge the impact of the doors, I think. Maybe we could hold it for that.
For Thursday?
I don't know.
Are you meeting Thursday?
I don't know.
God, I hope not.
I'm not.
I think so.
So, can we, do you want to,
View it?
saying hold it for revisions?
Maybe,
hold it
maybe
for-
we, if this,
Yeah, then
this is
maybe-
existing, right? Why
Yeah.
don't we go for a view? I'd like to see how far back from the street those
Yeah,
are.
that's a good idea.
I just
Okay.
won't be here on Tuesday.
All right.
Oh, you're gonna view it before Thursday? I won't be here
could.
next week.
I could.
Great.
I could go by tomorrow.
That would be
or
great. I'd appreciate it.
34th, but
Yeah, I just wanna see if I wanna take TJ's idea and do I might go with it, like a French door that looked more like the windows on it,
Yeah.
so it didn't.
Like the upstairs window.
Yeah, I just wanna.
Door. Well, and the porch is framed, so you can see that.
All right,
now.
motion to hold for a view
All those
to
in
be
favor?
seen on Thursday.
On Thursday.
If we have a Thursday meeting.
Well,
All those in favor?
aye.
Thank you.
Any opposed? Good. Passes.
Brooke,
I guess we will have to.
And I'm dead left.
All right.
I'm gonna stop.
oh, right.
You know why?
You,
Because if I,
Hey, Johnny.
I can screw it up.
Good. How are
John,
you?
can I grab that application from you?
I'm gonna screw them up if I'm just
Can
sitting.
you just throw me that application down here?
There's three coming.
Don't get crabby.
There's three coming.
I have to be somewhere at 8.
You should go.
Yeah.
TJ.
Yeah,
and
TJ
Stephen.
is good.
And frankly, they could
And
just
Justin
a little
too.
excitement in their lives.
The invisible guy over here in the corner.
He can't see,
Oh, no, Jesse.
I knew he couldn't see,
He's not invisible.
I've been here a while, like, Jesse, you're the only person that's like not,
John,
like
right now
in
it's
direct
prices.
visual range.
It's a tough seat.
Okay, so what are we doing? New house?
New house
All right.
and a whole bunch of other stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
Ellen's Way.
Okay, let's get clear, because Abby's leaving.
I'm up.
What?
Okay, Steven's up.
She's gonna go get our drinks.
Yeah.
She's gonna get a burger.
Good night, John.
Yeah. Good night, John.
Big bourbon and water in a pint glass.
And a pipe?
Nice.
Is that what you said?
Pint glass.
So, bourbon, short glass.
I went out and viewed this. This
Well, you
house
are-
fits in
you are
perfectly with
good.
all the other
You are
houses.
good.
I might have even taken pictures, let me see.
Trim color cobblestone, window sash
did all the other
black.
houses. Mhm.
Guess that says it all, doesn't it? Cobblestone and black. So, Val,
Yeah,
you're fine with it.
absolutely.
Okay, Diane.
Me too.
Okay.
This
Steven?
neighbor, I'm sorry. Can I say one thing? Yeah. This neighborhood is a good example of every house has a pool, but you wouldn't know there's a single pool in that neighborhood.
Well,
It's a side comment, I'm sorry.
Theoretically, we're not supposed to see any
I know,
pools
but
from any
I get
public
it,
way.
get it.
It's very appropriate design.
Thank you. John.
Nice job.
Thank you.
John's searching desperately.
Yeah,
for
no
some
awnings,
casement
dude.
windows and not finding any.
Find a jack to measure, you don't know what to do with yourself.
I think we're rolling up our drawings here, kids.
Motion to approve.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Well,
One down. See what happens with the next.
I'm sure the garage is an abomination.
Yeah.
All of them have cute little garages that,
Yeah.
yeah.
And a cabana too.
Do this whole thing.
You must have done all the houses
half,
in there.
half of them are
Yeah.
mine.
Haven't you done all the houses in there?
Well, that was Finback. This is about. I've got half the designs in this one.
Slacker.
I'll try harder next time, Val.
No, that was, how much is it?
Oh, it's darling.
Oh, wow, I see, these are, all five of these are for this one piece of stuff.
Yes, yes.
Oh, you were 46 minutes.
Can I have a set of drawings? I mean,
I passed them already.
Those two are talking over there.
Sorry.
Sorry. Some of them are larger. Some are, they definitely vary, but their shapes are different, and so
The road layout.
yeah, that lollipop really kind of squeezes a couple.
this is what
and there's
faces the
two at
street.
the end that are a little bit larger
They
than the
drive
others, but they
in.
don't have the same kind of utility. So there's sort of a weird little zoning or subdivision calculus that
Yeah.
For regularity.
Right.
Yeah.
okay, I'm gonna go down the line again. 2 thumbs up. 1 up.
2 thumbs
Wow.
up. All right.
Stephen?
Yeah, I don't know why this wasn't on consent, Denise.
John?
Poor thing, he's doing 18.
Yep, that was John. I know what it is. Go ahead, John.
West elevation and south elevation. The median rail, about 10 inches.
John's talking.
Projecting eave lines.
Why should you be your client be any different than other clients?
Well, John, the interesting thing about this is that the meeting rails of those double hung windows do meet where the eave hits the wall. So if he did not have a roof overhang, it would be
Right in the
there.
middle.
Yeah, it would be right there, smack in the middle.
Look at that.
It's actually above it.
It's only because he has the roof overhang, and that's kind of sticking out past. Well, I'm saying that it depends on what you consider to be the eave, the bottom of it or the top of it.
We've told them for years, make sure they line up. And you don't.
All right, let's take a look.
Make smaller windows. I don't know, try to treat everybody right, the same.
How tall are your windows here, Charlie?
There's a schedule, I think.
No, I mean, how high off the floor?
Oh, I think I have them at 6'8". They're as low. Yeah, I don't want it any lower.
John, and the other thing is, he could always raise the roof up. Do we really want him to raise the roof
I
up?
don't want to raise the roof.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make a motion to approve as submitted. Sorry, Mr. McLaughlin. All right. Yeah, you heard me.
Okay, all those in favor of Stephen's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
You voting for that? You know you want to.
Come on, Johnny.
Yes.
Okay, Cabana.
Cabana Dana.
2 for you. I want to change my drink order to margarita. Can someone text Abby?
You want a frozen one or a
Yes.
squashy one?
Yes, sir.
Oh.
Okay, so,
Because of consistency.
yep. I hear you, John. So that was,
Fair enough.
the last application was 4 in favor, 1 opposed.
This is the only one I'm not embracing.
It's in the back. It's open-sided.
Yeah, but you can see it, it's in front of the parking spot. I mean, behind the parking spot.
Yeah, and not to disparage Chinese architecture, but it looks like a little pagoda.
All right, we'll work on that.
Could you?
I could.
All right. You guys want to hold this for a couple revisions?
Yeah.
Maybe simplification?
Sure thing.
You almost
Tying
had a
in-
lottery ticket.
I know, I had a feeling.
It doesn't tie in as.
That's,
It's not embodied.
Very, very true. Okay, so,
Vocabulary.
could you make a motion?
Motion hold for.
Oh, okay. All those in favor of Stephen's motion, all for revisions? Aye.
We're next having a pool, how are they gonna cram all this stuff on one little lot?
Look at the site plan. It's chock-a-block.
it's a pretty big lot.
We just
They only have room enough for 5 blades of grass.
And the basketball court?
It's really nice in there. I highly suggest you guys drive through there.
Plus with the open space in the back of these lots, they
Yeah.
really feel a lot more open.
It's
than
much less dense than Chicken
It
Hill.
goes down to Pond View.
No,
Yeah.
It's a long,
Pond
long
View's
way from Pond View.
past it.
I know Pond View's past it, but.
Is this the pool?
This is just the pool.
Can I have one of those, please?
I'm sorry.
Oh, it says, oh.
Brooke, why don't you go ahead and tell us what you're doing here?
It's a pool.
Thank you.
And is it safe to, okay, 4-foot cedar board fence. That's your, okay.
That's my go-to.
Oh, this will be going around the perimeter.
Yeah.
Hey, so Valerie.
And it's pulled 3 feet in.
Yeah, see?
Pulled 3 feet in. What, you viewed this, so, what do you think the visibility of this 4-foot high board fence is gonna be on the back as shown?
Well,
Are
it
the
is
other
wide
buildings-
open, but it's a lot of shrubbery.
It is?
And I think there are other places in there that have 4-foot board fences and pools. Yeah.
Yes.
And isn't it up a little bit from the street? There's a slight rise.
And it meets our guidelines.
I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
it does actually, with the 3-foot inset.
Motion approved is submitted.
Mr. McCarthy,
Yes.
the application shows there's a roll-up
No,
Application.
No, it's the
no, it's not, John.
on the fence.
There is a fence. If you look at the thing, there is a fence that goes around the back.
There's the fence.
Yeah.
So it encloses the property.
Well, the back half of the property. It doesn't enclose the front.
No, not at all.
The front is open.
Goes, well, to the guidelines. The fence actually goes to the back side
Yeah.
of the structures.
It
Thank
makes
you.
it, you met the guidelines. And I'm sure you'll put some landscaping on that.
Yes, there will definitely be
So I'm
vegetation.
not even gonna put it in the
I'm
motion.
sorry, so.
The
Motion approved is submitted.
Did I take a vote on that?
No.
Oh, that's right, because John questioned. All those in favor of Stephen's
Aye.
motion? Aye. Okay, one last thing on this. Oh, we took a vote on the pool.
You in favor?
Okay, so we're unanimous on that one. And we have one last thing on that, and it's the sport court.
That's better, don't Steve.
Bet to read.
Looks good, you know, so this whole thing is a grade.
Hi, Terry.
Yes, it'll be behind
Is
the
the
fence.
telephone working?
No grade.
I hope it wasn't too loud.
Does anyone want to make a motion?
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
all a grade. You know, behind
You're
a
not
4-foot
getting too-
fence.
This is
It's
actually
really
behind a
no,
4-foot.
no
fence.
different than the
Behind
pool, which is also a grade.
It's behind the
Oh,
house.
we can do it.
behind
We
the
can get
fence.
done.
Yeah. The neighbors are happy with that. Bam, bam,
They'll use Nerf basketballs.
bam. Motion approved is submitted.
All right.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm not even on
it. No.
Okay, everyone was in favor of the sport court because there was a motion.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
All right.
good.
So I got to work on the pagoda.
Yep, please
All right.
do. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Unanimous
Nathan.
consent by the lack of
23 new.
I didn't know that was you.
Okay, and that's my
That's
Oh,
not
she-
And then we went. to
So,
see it.
is this the project we're familiar? No.
This is the
different.
first time we've come.
Different,
with this
okay,
one, yes.
okay, this is it, okay.
Don't know if you're familiar.
Well, no, I thought, I wondered whether it was what was in it.
No, you approved that at last week.
Oh, that's recorded, isn't it? It's not-
Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. Same neighborhood, by the way.
down the street.
That's why.
Okay, everybody on board here? Oh, P.S. It's to you, right, Jesse?
Yes.
Okay, so Jesse will be your associate. So comments from Sconset Advisory are, we feel it is contributing. They check contributing and then they say we feel it is contributing. I don't know what the distinction is.
The sheet says not contributing.
Oh, I
Yeah.
see.
Bless you. Good Lord.
Okay, so listen up, everyone. Under other, it says, this is an older outbuilding that would be quote unquote lost by going up. Prefer making additions rather than building second floor. That is Sconset Advisory.
Do we have any pictures?
They're in there.
There are photos in there?
Yes.
Oh, okay, let's
No, there are a lot more photos than that. Sorry.
Okay.
Yep.
Could you show me where?
Okay.
Now we have the applicants locating their own photos in the folders.
I'll give you our photos.
I'd love to find them.
They're in there. I promise, Kadeem.
In this reduced copy, is it just these? in the
Yeah,
back?
those.
Okay.
Yeah, those are. That's the main house photo, but in front of that Val are the others. What we could find is in 2000 they added a 2.5 foot by 19 foot addition to the garage. Then in 2007 they changed it from a garage to a second dwelling. And the family is growing and they're just looking to have a little more space than quite confined here. And they love the concept of the cottage.
This is not an old building. This is not.
Something's been in that space for a long time. This building.
There's some Sanborn maps.
Yeah.
So in terms of the moving it, you're only moving it like
5 feet to get close. Yes.
to get
it
it
out.
inside the setback.
Correct.
All right. I'm gonna guess that the footprint is remaining the same.
Yes.
How much are they moving the building?
5
So
feet.
it's right now in
Way up in there.
in the setback.
So they're pulling it down, that's right?
Okay. Anybody ready to begin?
I'll go.
Okay.
I think it's super cute little building. I like that you're keeping the rhythm of the doors and windows that are on the existing. I was wondering if there was perhaps, if this would, in my mind, help. The little shed roof over the doors, can that somehow be a steeper pitch and spill into the roof on the second floor so it looks more like a, it's not, it will hide that this gable is sort of been added. Do you get my?
Quite. The east side, east elevation?
South.
Okay, the
So-
shed over the doors?
There's just something about that facade that's a little disconnected for me, and I was wondering if you could just carry that shed roof over to tie
Oh, I
into the
see.
eave
I see.
above.
In other words, making it part of that, we would have to make the shed roof deeper? Probably
A
foot.
little
foot,
bit,
yeah.
but maybe
Probably.
you could even carry it all the way across. I don't know.
Oh, I see.
Okay, so there, that's an interesting concept and one worthy of pursuit, I believe. The consequence of that would be there's two windows that are labeled 2 in the gable end. If you see where the eave connects to the gable and
Yeah.
you ran a line across, those windows would have to get probably
Yes, higher.
25%. Oh, they could go higher.
They could be higher or shorter.
But so then, like what Val is saying, and obviously you now get it, all
Yeah.
that.
Or I may be able to lower
would
the
become roof.
plate by 6 inches. Excuse me. In other words, we can work it out.
Yeah,
I think that's a nice. It's a nice idea.
Okay.
Yes, I hope they would go for it. I
Okay.
think it's more sconcy.
I think it just keeps it all together instead of making it look like a separate
It
add-on.
makes it feel less vertical.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes.
Right now, these little gables that are popping up make the building feel a little bit on the vertical side. And right now, that building is so charming and low. That would be a good way to sort of mitigate that. Well, thank you, Val. How about you, Diane?
I think with the new addition that Val has recommended, it will be good. I think it's very nice to begin with, and it's small, but it fills the bill. And the way that you've added on, is good. So I'd like to see that go across.
All the way across.
Yeah, if it
With
works
another
for you.
bracket on the end. Yes.
Another bracket.
Got you. Well,
Hang on, I want to hear from everybody. John?
Yeah, I believe this is visible, and the windows, excuse me again. All new windows are tilt type with concealed block and taper balance.
that just means that,
Huh?
no, double hung. Double hung.
They're not drawn double hung.
They are.
They should be, and the tilt type is simply to remove them to clean them. That's all it is.
You know what, John?
When
I first looked at these, I thought that they were casements too, but they're not.
It was
like it's the you can see really subtly. There's a little line there. They are double hungs. Yes.
They should be, John.
Why does it say tilt type?
No, that's because like those windows right over there are actually tilt takeout. You do this and
Yes, sir.
and the window pops in so you can clean it.
Yes.
What I'm trying to get at also, these here,
The old ones.
compared to these, right? This one here,
Double hung.
this is a double hung.
Yes, sir. All of them.
In other words, this drawing, this one isn't bold enough, that's all. But they're all removable, right?
Yes, sir, but they are double hung.
That's double hung. See that line across?
I see what you're saying about this. It should be a double hung. Although that is the old window, the new are all double hung. The old window shows a single. It would either be fixed or double hung. Yes.
So how do we want to work this? Do we want to see this revised with that roof, or do we want to?
I think he was gonna ask his person, but if you think
right.
they'll
I
go.
think we could probably, if you agree to show it, ask them afterward. I'm thinking they would probably be fine. I'm thinking.
If you're willing to
I would-
staff approval it, and if
Yeah.
they're not, we will come back.
I mean, it seems like a pretty straightforward fix.
All right, so I'll make a motion to approve through staff carrying the shed roof across the front of the south and tying into the roof above, making the windows in the gable smaller.
You know what? Excuse me, I'm so sorry. Jesse, I didn't even ask you.
It's all right, if I had a concern, I would have mentioned it,
Oh,
so
I appreciate
I'm
that.
good.
Yeah, just chime in. I'm really sorry.
Yes, in the gable to be smaller.
Okay, all those in favor of Val's?
Aye.
Thank you
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
Good to see you, sir.
So I believe it's down to you to sit on your.
Ryan, we're not trying.
That's right, yeah.
You're next to the rotation. Okay, Stephen, it's to you. But, so, what we'll do is we'll circle back since you missed one.
Circle back.
Sounds good.
And you
Sounds
miss
good. I
out,
like
you
this.
miss out.
Just move your wheels.
Just kidding.
Okay, you can move on site. No, there's some changes too. There's an addition and move on site.
We must have approved a move off from somewhere, right?
No, this is move on site.
Oh, you mean. the one
Shifted
place
on the
got
lot.
it, okay, thanks.
Plus a little bit of an addition.
All right.
So we're moving it, probably about 30 feet up to the road like all the other houses on Catherine. So we get, a bit more yard space in between the primary dwelling and the secondary dwelling.
Yeah.
One-story addition off to the south side. And, we do have a bit of unusual detail on the east elevation, but we're confident it's not going to be seen from anywhere.
Faces back towards the guest house.
Back toward the guest house, yeah.
Oh, and all that's just to cover your, actually, what is that? I was gonna say it's covering.
Entry to the basement?
Yeah, if you look at the cover sheet, there's a 3D view that kind of is a little bit more explicit on what it's about.
Yeah, got it.
Just kind of an extended eave and wall.
And those big windows are the kitchen, right?
Yes.
Nice.
Mhm.
Okay.
You want me to get those too? Hey, TJ, how long is that roof line?
So, good question. I did break it up. I staggered the eaves a little bit so I wouldn't go over, but I'll have to look at the floor plan. I think it's like 30 some odd is the longest one, 35 or so.
You are talking about the
Yeah.
ridge going back.
Yeah.
It's telescoping back.
I'm gonna guess it's about 35 feet, or maybe close to 40, but I didn't actually dimension that. Between 35 and 40 anyway.
I think it's cool.
Thank you.
Diane, how about you?
You won't see that south elevation?
The south elevation, you will see the south. Well, you'll see like a oblique angle of the front of the south, but then the east with all the glass, you're definitely not gonna see.
You're thinking these, right?
Yeah, just,
Oh, the gang windows?
it looks like it.
That's about 10 foot off the sideline there, and it's actually heavily vegetated. I think they've got evergreens down the lot line.
Catherine Lane has got a lot of vegetation.
Yeah, it's
Houses
a lot of
that way
mature
back.
growth in the area.
I don't know, I think it's a lot of more windows. Wait,
It is. Yeah, I agree with that. Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay. Stephen?
Well, am I this one? I apologize.
Yeah,
Yes. Yep, no additional comments.
John?
The visibility is non-existent.
John? Comments?
Yes. How much is this visible?
The east side,
Catherine Lane.
the west side is visible. Right, that's the front. No, the east faces back to the
I'd say
guest house.
between these lines is like your cone of visibility here. So you'll see a little bit of this corner and some of this corner. You're not gonna see anything back here.
What else is on, what's blocking it?
Well, you've got
There's houses here.
houses and you've got a lot of vegetation going down the sidelines. It's like 20, 25, pretty serious.
Gotta ask you.
Yeah.
The west is what faces the street, John.
Yeah, he's aware.
Okay.
Good?
East. East elevation, that's what I'm looking.
Please?
I'm telling my
Good
people
job.
they're not getting hurt tonight. Mr. Chairman,
Right
while
now.
they're looking,
That's right towards the
I don't
road.
believe
No,
we're
no,
gonna
no,
get
no,
to
no.
the end of this tonight.
The west is
I'm
towards.
having
The
my
west is
doubts.
toward the road.
And
The
I
west.
just wanna tell my people not to come, so are we
Oh.
having a meeting on Thursday? Cause
Yeah,
I'm dead
okay.
last.
So I can attend a meeting on Thursday.
It doesn't start till
East
3
is on that
though.
side.
I
Okay.
know. Is anybody else in?
Just goes north, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're
North,
No, it's just that there's so many.
So if you look at, if you're in from the road,
If you're looking for the road, you're gonna see the west, which is this
John's
one.
always there on Thursday.
I know, but if it's you, me and John, like last time, I can't be heard.
It's on the east, yeah. Here.
I can't be
yeah,
here.
I can make it Thursday.
You can?
Diane's sick.
Okay, there you go. Did you hear that, Val? TJ can make
I'll
it.
make it.
Okay,
I'm here to help.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
At this point, I'm,
Motion approved is submitted.
ditto.
thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Sorry, I lost track there. I should have just said that about an hour.
Let's see. Julie, you're up.
Okay.
Actually, we've decided to move you to Thursday.
Is this the free one?
Just because you've been waiting so long.
I just got a lot of work done. Very inspirational, you people up here.
Well, that's the first time anyone's ever said that.
I would like to speak first.
So I wasn't wrong. Those are together and then these are together. You get these. I'll take these, thank you. Oh, this is that thing way out.
I need the acceptance of the previous one.
The what?
The application acceptance of the previous one.
Is everyone ready?
Yeah, so Julie, let's see.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go back to TJ because he just missed his turn, so TJ will be your associate. All right? Okay, now you can start.
Okay, so this property has a lot of chefs in the kitchen. So I just want to be very clear about what I'm asking for and why on this application. I am just asking for a retaining wall to, and you know what, I'm gonna, just this retaining wall because the design of the landscape is very septic forward because it has to be really tall. And so the septic's already in, and then they place the tank 17 feet below the septic. So if this wall isn't allowed, they can't walk alongside their house. So it's, and it shows in the picture, you can see in some of the photos how tall the rear yard, it's on this really beautiful knoll, but to be able to walk alongside the house, you're gonna need this retaining wall. And all the other landscaping on
the only thing that you are requesting is this right here?
Yes, and all the other landscaping on this plan is either in or approved by another
All right.
certificate.
Okay,
So
so
it's-
how high is the wall?
So it's here.
The middle thing, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be here, which is looking from the front along the right side.
Okay. Oh, it's poured concrete.
It's poured concrete. I'm gonna plant climbing hydrangeas on it. It's capped with bluestone. It is not visible from anywhere or from the homeowner. And we're gonna put a safety fence on the top,
Right next to the well.
right next to it, yeah.
The
Not
first one-
visible
Oh,
from-
the next property up,
This is
right?
invisible.
Yes. Yeah, I put a request in for, it to be on consent, but I think it wasn't highlighted exactly what I was asking for.
You're
So
right.
I feel like it's one of those things, it's kind of a no
Because it's not visible.
Yeah.
And they still have that solar array, right?
So
Well,
the
they're
red-
On the
split.
floor.
This is wife number one.
Right, but he lives also on this wall.
This is sister.
Hopeless
Oh,
Road.
sister?
Yeah. Let's skip the relations. I'm also the third landscape designer on the project. So.
All right, so putting all that,
Just curious more than anything, what's the rail above the wall gonna be out of?
The
fence.
The fence. It's
good
cedar.
question.
I see it.
Balusters?
It's drawn on the second page. Yeah.
It's like a,
Bless you. Oh, there's a second
like
page.
a
There's a second
forest
page down.
fence.
Paddock,
Oh, I see, yeah, got it.
paddock with ladder.
Right,
With
And-
the steel.
yeah, okay.
I find that very attractive.
Who wants to start?
I will if I understand. It's the one in the front?
No,
No.
Side.
Where
no.
the septic
Here, I'm
tanks
just
are.
gonna go.
In front of the septic tanks.
It's right here.
Blue pens.
Just this.
I'll take that motion, because
Okay.
it's invisible. But Val just wants to make sure which wall we're actually.
Did you get? I can come in and highlight it, Kadeem.
approving.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll come in and
It should-
highlight
It
it.
should be very clear what we're approving here.
Yeah.
So John has made a motion to approve this. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Highlighters are.
Oh, no, wife number one was lazy.
Ray, you said it was invisible.
It is
How
invisible.
come we got a picture of it?
Oh, that's right, it wasn't invisible from the camera. And now, let's
She
see,
took that to her
Edgewater's not
advantage.
here.
Yeah, we're skipping that one.
Yeah, okay, so do we need to, a
Motion to hold number
for ref-
25.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay, emeritus. Okay. Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
All right. Okay, now I'm unsure about the
Save
rotation.
yourself.
I'm next.
Okay. All right.
Steve, you were next last, right? Or wait.
Well, we can, is this the, yeah, so this is,
This is in the back now.
this is
I
the
got
garage and the
pictures.
cabana of the house.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we typically keep the same board, that's all.
Yeah, you got it, baby. Take it, man.
Yeah.
That's, I mean,
No, that's
I
a
don't-
that's a super good point, but I wonder what our board was.
I know I was on
I know
it.
I was on it.
I was on it.
Is this one from last week?
Yeah.
Well, and then it-
I just have to figure out what number it was. I can
Yeah.
tell you the board in a second.
right.
12 Lincoln, we got all sorts of letters.
Well, this
John, do you have last week's, John, look,
This is
do you have
just a
last
cover
week's minutes?
sheet.
Do you have last week's minutes, or I mean, last week's
It's a
agenda?
demolition.
Oh,
Agenda, yep.
no picture of it. I got a picture of it.
Okay, so here we go, folks. This is from HSAB. This, the first thing that we're reviewing is the demo of the garage in the back. And HSAB says, non-contributing according to 1987 survey, but a Sanborn reference is needed. How old? Incomplete app needs Sanborn. Do you have any of that information on you now?
No.
Sir? No. Okay. I was through this building, I just can't remember, you know.
It's a cute little garage.
It is definitely cute.
Why are we tearing it down?
Because they want to put in a big monstrous guest house.
Not exactly. There's actually another garage going in its location that's just a little bit.
I thought that's, isn't that where the,
Yeah.
your guest house is?
Yeah, but there's a garage that goes like kind of in front of it, so yeah.
There's a cabana here. Oh, you mean a garage down here?
It's closer towards the house.
I have to see.
Yeah, I mean, you're right, it does go in the same location, but.
Well, so I don't really exactly know what to make of HSAB because it sounds like.
I've been in this garage, it's not old.
Okay, all right.
Really? Yeah.
I just can't remember.
That was our take on it too, so I don't know. And we do have sandboard maps we submitted.
And what?
We did submit sandboard maps for the main house.
That's older.
Huh? I understand, but they would still track if they're asking for sandboard information related to this structure. I think it would apply to.
Well, I guess my point, Matthew, is they've said it's non-contributing.
Correct, yeah.
According to a 1989 survey. So what would you do? Dredge up another Sanborn that?
This is the garage, Sanborn garage right here.
Thank you. Where'd you get this?
Jesse's got a file of these in his.
Huh?
His filing cabinet.
He carries them around. See this? That was part of our submission.
Okay, so it's down as non-contributing.
Say the year.
Not of that.
I'm looking, not yet.
Property card. We usually submit that.
Usually they have a date on here, and this one does not.
Yeah, I mean the fact that it was non-contributing and this
Well, you
framing
can
was so
see it here,
contemporary, we just
right there,
the whole Sanborn. We didn't.
There it is.
way in the background.
Okay, what do we think about this, folks?
I think it's okay.
Okay.
Can we do it as a demo, move off?
Yeah, move demo, sure.
Yeah, somebody may love this, and it's a small building, and they're
Yeah.
much easier to move.
Are there pictures of it?
Yeah,
Yep.
well, there's this
there's-
one for sure.
We definitely submitted photographs in the file, and that's the survey information. So that was submitted with that application.
Steve, here you are.
Oh, sorry. Oh, this is all I have.
Hey, you're bogarting the pictures, Val. Come on.
Bogart it, man.
Oh, damn it.
Oh, he's got them.
There's very little charming thing.
It is charming.
Motion approved and submitted.
Motion to approve of move demo.
Yeah.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Yeah.
It's late.
I love how I command respect around here.
The iron
You
gavel.
get one of those horns they have on yachts.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
I believe that motion carried.
I believe
I
it
was
was
kind of unsure.
unanimous consent by lack of dissent.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so now we have a new garage coming up.
Did you decide who all was on it?
So last week's applications were different things, so there.
Well, no, but Stephen's point was we have a board that is reviewing the house,
Oh, and
the guest house, and theoretically the pool, but we had that tracking, so I was on it, and I think anyone who was on it will certainly remember it having been on it.
The 17th again?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. They're still accessing from that direction.
Correct, yeah. So I can give a brief description, Mr. Chair, if you find it helpful. So this is a very simple structure.
Really quickly, we had Ray, Val, John, Abby, and S.
That would be me.
Steve. Ray, Val, John, Abby, Steve. And they were both for revision, both for draft. All those.
Sounds good.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right, here. Thank you.
That's good.
So this is a really simple garage structure. North faces the road. It's one story. All the details match the proposed main dwelling and guest house.
Val, go.
I'm fine with this.
Stephen, go.
I would just, I don't have any concerns. The brackets, I just wanna, the brackets, the doors, some, just in terms of the detailing, I'd like to track the house.
Sure.
Just in case you make changes there.
Right, and John is gonna say something about the curved,
Yeah.
things. John?
Yeah.
You good with this?
This is the garage.
Not too cool.
Right.
If you look at them at a different angle, they
The meeting will
look.
be where, at the office?
Yeah, at our office.
It's just the printer.
On a 45-degree angle.
Comment? Yes, is it 45D?
You know, sure, if the board,
That's funny.
Yeah.
You say that.
I would have never thought he
I
would
didn't
have
see
picked
that
that
one
up.
coming.
Mm-mm.
Sure.
I actually,
You never
I
know.
like it.
I'm actually on board with that because, I'm kind of looking for more simplicity on the house and the project in general. And so, actually what I was gonna say is I don't like the 50 years old, but, you know, I'm in the minority there. Wait, that's the least you could do
You've
for,
been
at
around
least,
for.
you'd be making two of our members very happy.
So I'm gonna, minor revisions and track the house. Motion, that's. the motion.
Oh, okay. Minor revs, track house, okay, good enough. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Track house being the pool house, that was next?
No,
Track.
the-
We have
the revi-
Havana coming up
The
next.
revisions on the garage will track the house.
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
just details.
I see, perfect.
Can I ask if I should call my client or not?
She's 31 through 34.
Oh, gosh. She's what?
31 through 34.
Oh, my God. You two are gonna be quick?
I think so.
Yes.
See in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
The safe thing to do would have been
we
for
gotta
me
be
to say
consistent.
no. But
Try to give her, you care.
sauna, no way, sorry. And let's see, Ethan, yes, no, sorry. Thursday, yeah, Thursday at 3 o'clock.
All right, I'm gonna go quickly if that's okay, Mr. Chair.
We're gonna talk about that.
So,
Who's that one now?
No, I would like to see if we can do those.
I just brought
Hey,
some.
so HSAP, everybody, HSAP says east elevation bar area highly visible on road, need fence, not privet if screening is being proposed. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the cabana. It sits at the back of the property. It faces Capon Road. I provided some schematic perspectives. Now, these are absent any screening. Obviously, we have a fence. It's not in, this back section of the property. Whoever's utilizing this structure is not going to want to actually, they want privacy as much as you would want screening.
Here's this view of.
So these are just some supplemental site plans.
There's the garage. This is
The perspectives, I think, you just wanted to give you kind of a fully transparent view of what these structures look like. Obviously, there would be a fence. We have a landscape plan that's forthcoming. We're shooting for at least a 4, maybe a 5-foot fence on that backside, but we've got to figure that out exactly. But the key is that all the structures that are on Quam Road are 1-story structures. We intentionally made that happen. The other thing too is the guest house has been revised in this drawing set, and that's in the 3-dimensional renderings. You haven't, that will be before you next week, but I just wanted you to know that we made a number of changes to that structure, removed the cupola, dropped the scale of the tail end of it so that it's all 1-story hips. We also included a view that you're most concerned about, which is slightly kind of the longer side view, if you will. Again, you're not going to see that. You probably will see portions of that, but just remind you that there is going to be landscaping, and again, I don't think it's highly objectionable. This structure would obstruct the view of the pool, which you had mentioned was a pretty critical piece of the puzzle here.
So, all the details again match the main house.
What did you tell us about the bar area?
What could I
It's
tell
right
you
on
about the
the
bar area?
street, that's,
I mean, that was,
and
that was
there's
an
no
H7.
fences on that street.
I mean, I
It's
get
all-
the whole thing about not necessarily open up those big barn doors. Got that. But the bar, as far as I can tell, is kind of like pulled off and is conspicuously a bar.
Yeah.
You know,
It's almost like a Club Med kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, the idea here is that it's an outdoor kitchen, it's the outdoor grill area. And, you know, we show those stools and maybe we should.
Okay,
Sure.
So that's a separate application than, like I have, oh no, I'm sorry. I thought that this outdoor kitchen was part of all this. It's not. That's your Low Beach Road project. Okay, sorry, continue.
So, you know, we show the stools, which maybe probably is a mistake, but just one.
Well, they're gonna be there.
Yeah, and it's furniture though, but.
Right.
So the idea is it's not necessarily like a bar, but it's basically a place to put out food, buffet or whatnot. But it's an appendage. It's a built-in outdoor grill area, and again, it's on the back of the structure.
Which is right on Capone.
Well, yeah, no, the back is also the front because Capone, you know, is a road just like Lincoln Avenue is.
There's a picture of this lot there, but to be fair to Matt, there is a pool and a little cabana type thing on another house farther up the street, although it's way off the street and the garage blocks it.
I believe my
But
wife is to blame for that.
just, that's just for context.
That one, yeah. Are we just free forming this? Because it seems like we are.
We're free once we hit 8:30,
it goes.
all bets are off.
So Matthew, I just want to say I appreciate the transparency of the perspectives. You know, when I give this tone of voice, that there's always a but.
Yeah.
It is so dense. It is just.
Yeah.
I know that we're not talking about the second dwelling, but that hip roof porch that extends out could be half as deep as it is. And this shed roof where the bar is could be removed. And I think in combination with that, the length of the secondary dwelling and the lack of simplicity, it's just too much.
I mean, I would point out that these could be two separate lots, one that fronts on Capone, one that fronts on Lincoln. And, you know, the density in the square footage, I think, is completely in keeping with the neighborhood. I mean, if it was subdivided, you'd have a main house, a guest house, a pool house times two. And in this scenario, things are kind of spread out, and it's, you know, square footage of the guest house. I know that. I mean, I think that the amount of square footage that's like 2 stories is
Okay, so
minimal.
Stephen, I think, brought up the guest house because it's kind of contributing to the overall build out, which has this building, I mean, pretty much on the property line. Is that fair to say?
It's 10 foot.
10 feet away.
10 feet away.
Rather than 5.
Yeah.
And can I just finish that?
Yeah.
Just because it's, so what address is this? This is 16?
I don't know, it's farther up. I
think
can
it's
look,
16.
right
It's
here.
2 doors down.
Yeah.
I believe that the density, that's 16, I'm just giving you a point of comparison, Matthew, because you mentioned two lots and so on and so forth. And then the built out, the additional build out that's happened at 14, way too much for this area. It's just too much on the lot to go side to side. This is not town where the smaller homes and you've got, it's more of a human scale where you're on the streetscape and you're literally walking and the house is right next to you. And it in that instance, for me, and historically, it translates to having your property, the structure literally being side to side on the lots because the lots are smaller. The density here is, I mean, literally, if we allow something like this, in addition to the 2 structures next door, I mean, you can almost jump from one roof to the next, which is it's a really urban density. So, I mean, I just want to be clear, looking at some of the materials more, We focused on the house before, which was set aside from these to some extent, both literally and figuratively. So I think that gives you a flavor.
I mean, if you look across the street at Capone Road, just look at the aerials.
Yeah.
I mean, the density, I don't know, I just don't, I mean, if you look at the site plan, if you look at this plan, and again, the perspectives don't show any landscaping, there's a lot of shadows and a lot of depth and darkness that you're really not gonna necessarily see. Just wanted to be very, I don't wanna maybe kind of shot myself in the foot on that one, but if you look at the amount of like figure ground of this lot compared to, just look at the lot directly across the street in Capone, and that's all building. So I guess my point is, I don't think it's as dense as we're necessarily making it out to be. And I would also say that
I've been a bad chairman, because what's supposed to happen here is everyone at the table is supposed to render their opinions. Because right now I'm getting a lot of back and forth, so I want to hear from John.
Okay.
All right.
My comment is, if this structure is approved the way it's drawn, it's going to be inimical, completely out of stock of anything in that area.
Okay.
It doesn't. There's no reason you can't put it to the right of it. There's plenty of room, and then the other building comes down where the trees are. Take all these bushes though, just because of one side, you can move it over here. Got plenty of room. What did I comment?
Okay, thank you. And let's see, did I hit you guys?
No.
I can't even remember. Go ahead.
I think I said it before, maybe an L building could combined might be able to do all of these things instead of all these separate little buildings. I think also, I almost would rather see a larger house that's simple, like the context in the area facing Capone, as if it was a separate lot. The back of this, right on the street, I think is what's bothering me maybe. Nothing's addressing Capone and it's right there. And maybe not so much porch or something. It just is overly complicated.
Okay, thank you. Diane?
I'm not on it.
You're not?
I don't think so.
Well, this is a new application.
Oh.
Well, I
No,
think the confusion is that Stephen had suggested that maybe we carry over the same board.
Yeah.
Were you on the house application? Did we determine that?
I think so.
I thought it was.
See, like,
Oh, yeah.
your rendering is different. It's more of an L, and that looks like it touches.
There's a little bit of a complication here because you're starting out with a 4-person board if we adhere to that. Because Abby's not here. Correct.
Well, just to be clear, I'm not suggesting no one else come on. It was that if we were gonna have associates, that we have the same associates, whether it was me or Jesse or TJ, so that if you're going from a house to a cabana to a pool,
It's
you're sitting on the
consistent.
same.
Continuity.
Yeah.
Okay. Night, John.
Good night, John.
So he's not on it, or he is?
No, he voiced his stuff. It's on for the record. Look, I share the concern in terms of sort of, there's a lot of things going on in simplification, which is what I told you with respect to the garage. Can we hold this for some revisions?
I'm not sure what those would be, to be honest with you. I'm sorry. I know it's late. I don't want to be difficult, but
I have a question for you.
Sure.
You're banking on us saying that house is gonna move that far forward and eliminate the trees. And if that doesn't happen, is all this program gonna stay the same?
Probably, yeah. I mean, I think there's some room for it to pull it back, certainly. So is the biggest issue is that I know the structure that's before you tonight obviously is the cabana. So in terms of simplification, it's a 1-story structure. Is that the visibility of the outdoor kitchen is what I'm hearing is bigger.
So the little bar area.
It's just an anomaly in this
It
area.
is. You know, that, and to Val's point, it's adding to sort of the complexity. You know, there's a lot of exuberant elements on all of these structures, you know, the columns that are sitting on the plinths and so forth. And so my goal for the property in general is to kind of get a little bit more, a little less exuberant. So,
Okay.
yeah, that appended bar is not helping.
Okay.
So, some revisions in order here? Well, can I have a
Motion to hold for revisions.
Thank you.
and-
This is helpful though, Matt.
Yeah,
Yeah.
very.
Yeah.
3Ds. All those in favor?
You know, so maybe you take the little roof off the garage and make that even simpler. I don't know.
I'd do that.
If you look at everything all together, like you're showing us, it really, in this little corridor, it looks like,
All right, we gotta step it up. Sorry, we gotta really move.
something.
Because we just promised you we were gonna get to the
All right.
applications. Okay, outdoor kitchen, Low Beach Road.
Is this Matt?
Yes. And then we have Ethan. That's what Matt just said.
Did you just approve just the readings?
Okay,
So
O'Brien, confirm all
These
materials
are
of cedar
supplemented
shingles
by
and
the
trim don't like the copper roof.
So this is a outdoor kitchen, half bath, adjacent to a pool that was approved, pretty far off of Low Beach Road.
Oh,
Yeah.
So Steve, are you on this one too?
We all are.
Yeah, yes, actually, we all are.
Okay.
I don't remember what the house looks like though.
I don't have a.
Oh,
It's nice.
we got another side.
What's going on?
Is
Sorry,
it-
this is
What,
36.
12?
I gave everything out. You need some mini copies before.
Somebody hoarding drawings.
We have one.
I have an extra one. You guys want it?
Mr. Chairman, I think you have two.
Jesse, I think you just passed two down.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's my fault. I passed two down.
It's not about blame, it's just about getting the drawings out.
So, there's some topographic change. This is set into the ground. If you look at the north elevation, you'll see that it's actually 4 feet or three. It's actually 3'6". It's actually sunk down into the grade because there's a topo drop. The idea is just to have it try to disappear as much as possible. The pitch is it is a copper. It's a flat roof. You probably could drop it to a 1 pitch, I think, to make it less. To have the profile just be completely.
I'm
not
gonna
visible.
tell you something.
Sure.
So, this, for those of you that don't recall this property, it's out in that sort of outwash plain in Low Beach where you have the higher ground where Low Beach Road is, and then it dips off. There's a fairly large coastal dune, and then there's this massive like low area. So if you're walking down in the low area, there ain't no way you're gonna be able to see the roof of whatever's up there built into the hill.
And what if you're looking down from up above?
This is behind the house.
Okay.
I mean, it's
Down. I remember you saying
literally
that before.
behind the house. What's that?
I said, I remember you saying that before about that property.
Yeah, well, we were involved in the review of the house and the
Yeah.
guest house and all that, so, yeah.
It's also about 200 feet plus from the road.
And is it white?
The pergola upper pieces are natural, and then the columns themselves are white.
And then a copper roof.
Is that copper meant to patina green?
It won't go green.
It won't?
No, it'll go brown.
Yeah.
Because there's not enough acid in our atmosphere anymore because of these damn EPA regulations.
We're getting
Okay,
too,
No, seriously.
we're getting too green, we can't have green copper.
Yeah.
I agree, I think it's atypical, but it's gonna have extremely limited visibility. Matthew, you might do a Jack and Jill door on your shower, other than that, I have no comments.
Jesse?
Yeah, I think this is gonna be not seen, so I have no concerns.
Val?
If you guys say so, I'll go with that, cause I
Motion
think
to approve
it's
is
kind
small.
of strange.
I'm
and
not
it's-
really
it's-
sure about that, Val.
Can't be seen at time of inspection and thereafter.
I would say due to limited visibility
Yeah.
would be the motion.
Diane, are you on
Yeah.
board with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Was that a
Yes.
and including the limited visibility?
Yeah.
The limited, okay. Stephen has made a motion to approve this due to limited visibility. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. Ethan Griffin, architect. The so-called fast, simple one.
Right, super easy. You guys are very
Yeah.
familiar with the project already,
yeah.
so. Yes. So this, once again, this is the FedEx ground building. There's a big set of drawings, but you really don't need to look at them as much. What's more self-explanatory
No,
is the
certain
smaller
members have
ones.
left the room.
So I think you'll get a good sense of the the proposed changes by looking
Just
at
tell
the
us what
two.
you're doing.
24 by 36. We're changing the wall in the back.
So this one,
Weren't you in here for the reduced door? For the FedEx? Last week.
I'll just go to yours. It was approved like 3 weeks ago, maybe?
No, last week. Something came in, it was an 8-foot door and they
Oh.
wanted a.
I don't
6
know. I wasn't part of that one.
You weren't part of that one. I thought it was there.
maybe it was.
So this is all related to that sort of carport, sort of shed roof that was approved in the rear of the lot on the south side. They're proposing to change that now to just a simple wall without a roof, and then increase the berming on the back. So the first 24 by 36 page shows the topography adjustment, and then the next page just shows a little kind of detail diagram of what was previously approved and what we're proposing to change.
You want something to look at?
Yeah, can I get?
You don't look at.
Absolutely.
Hold on.
No. Thank you.
I thought some of that was a sound thing.
Correct. So part of the purpose of it is, besides a visual barrier, which is also enhanced by the vegetation screening, this is providing a bit of a sound buffer to the neighborhood to the south, just like Wooden Drive.
So there was a whole building back there.
Well, yeah, previously what was approved was this sort of shed style, like carport-esque structure on the back, and they really just want to change it to a wall.
And what does the wall look like using?
So it's concrete up to about, I think, like 6 or 7. Half of it's concrete, and they want to berm up against that, and then the rest is just sidewall, cedar sidewall.
It's 20 feet tall.
Correct. It's a little bit shorter than the previously approved total height of the kind of carport structure, but it's still, it's a pretty high wall. It's only the intent is to bury as much of it as possible in that berm in the back. And again, all the planting that was previously approved is staying, just going to be distributed. There's actually a little bit more room to kind of distribute that planting now, because what once was like a 8-foot deep structure is now just the thickness of a wall.
I'm sorry.
I know, I'm lost.
Like, look at the upper right.
So
That's
which,
the wall facing.
this tall side
Yep.
faces which direction?
The tall side faces the park.
What's this?
That's
Got
the
it.
wall.
Okay.
That's the brown then.
And so
That's
from
more
the
of a wall.
outside, from over here, but this is not the road.
Correct. No, this is
This is a neighbor.
Woodland. Dave Kim's.
All right,
over
so you're
here.
just planting the hell out of this.
Correct. So that
and
all
you're
the
gonna-
planting was previously approved, and then they really want to increase the berm. And I said, you got to go back to HDC if you want to do this kind of grade change.
I
Okay.
kind of want to look at, I would like to, personally, I'd like to go out and look at the depth of the lot. Because it's a straight shot from the roadside.
Oh, yeah.
And it's
No
a
question.
30-foot tall wall.
Yeah.
And it
no,
may be-
no.
Or 20 foot.
20.
20. Yep.
foot. It
20
may be
feet,
okay,
10
but
of which, 10 plus is concrete and
Right.
9 is wood.
I would like to view, I may be okay with it, but I just want to get a sense of the depth.
I totally agree. It's not, I believe that it's gonna look a little bit like that stuff that's on Tomahawk.
Yeah.
You know how they have that massive retaining wall behind everything at Tomahawk because it used to be a gravel pit?
Yeah.
I think it's gonna look like that, but I think it's worth investigating. So is that a motion to?
To hold for review.
Okay.
Sorry.
All those
Yeah,
in
sorry.
favor of Stephen's motion?
Do I sign it up again? So it'll be up on Tuesday, or does it kind of go automatically?
It should automatically go
But just
on.
check it
Just
again.
checking
anyways.
it.
Because we don't
Fair
need
enough.
height poles or anything.
Poor
so-
Kadim's doing the job of 5 people.
I bet. Thanks, guys. Appreciate
All right,
it.
thank you. Okay,
Last but not least.
This is you. Let's see what we can do here.
Don't take a shot. Don't take a shot.
Jeez, way to set us up.
Proud.
Hey, just saying.
We're tired now.
Yeah, I don't blame y'all, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we might not, you know, we might do a track. Some of the
This is,
smaller
yeah, that's a little breadcrumbs.
pool, the splash pool.
Do the dwelling.
Steve.
Thank you.
So this property is beyond, the Ford. And then
Beyond the
before more,
dealership.
beyond the dealership, it's the next building, so it's quite a ways of, green
Okay.
to this one.
Yep.
There's an existing house on the property.
Okay.
That is a big raised, kind of a 5-bay.
Do we have any,
There are some photos at an oblique angle because of the way the trees are. And then I got one from another angle today, but do you have the photos, Kadeem?
Let's see. Thank God.
Yeah, it's
Just
a
that one
really
photo carries or more?
funky split level
I
house.
thought I'd send a couple, but
Existing?
Yeah. Agostina was the last.
Oh, yeah, okay, I know what you mean.
it's a big one that's not very traditional because it's not a 5-bay, but it's as big as a 5-bay with a 1.5-story mass next to it. But nonetheless, we're not talking.
Which elevation faces Pulpus Road?
South.
Double check. Yeah,
South?
it should be.
Well, actually, it says southwest.
Yeah.
Could that be it?
No,
Yes. Wait, sorry, it's the
southeast.
long plain one.
The
So-
long plain.
Yep, it's the southeast.
Oh,
The
yeah.
south.
Okay, so that side faces Pulpus Road.
Yeah. And there's a 35-foot setback on Pulpus, as well as some extra
The road is-
town road.
Yeah.
So it's probably 40, almost 45 feet to the setback. And it is grown, and we're gonna,
Colors?
colors, it's,
Colors is
natural
good.
trim, no corner boards, natural trim, dark gray roof, and black
Yeah, I know.
windows,
I've
black
seen
sash. It's a pretty small little building. Most of the action's happening on the rear in terms of the massing and the sort of architectural elements. Otherwise, you're already closed
Yeah,
up.
I'm making a motion to approve this.
Simple, nice.
She needs
So
to.
now we can say thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Green? I don't know.
Is everybody good? 'Cause we have
Yes.
a motion on the table to approve as submitted. All those in favor?
Aye.
So, you guys want to take a crack at the pagoda?
Sure.
Because I think all that stuff's in the back, right?
It is in the back.
And there's a road that sort of winds somewhere back there.
We are abutted by state land.
Oh, really?
Yeah, our abutters are state land, the neighbor next door, and across the street, which is land bank.
So that,
So all
That
of it's
street, yeah, that
negative.
street is before.
yeah,
In fact.
that's right.
It's where Ann and
It's on the other side.
on the other side of Donna, not
Oh.
you're thinking of that little
Cave.
road, yeah, the
Little
little
cave
cave.
down.
A few things recently.
Exactly, there's new stuff going on.
So the pagoda, is to the side, sort of very
Open
sort
air.
of butted up. Yeah, it's a roof and 4 posts.
Motion approved.
on a
Yeah.
shed.
Good night.
Night. Jackpot. Thank you, Diane. Thank you so much.
Because the
A nice
posts are natural, right?
Huh?
The posts
I
are
know.
natural.
Yeah, it's all natural. The
Sleep
roof will
well.
match the house,
Yeah.
the cottage.
And then
And
there
then
were
there's a
3.
splash pool and spa.
Hold on, I'm getting ahead of my skis here.
Sorry.
Somebody made a motion on the pagoda, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
approve as
Stephen.
submitted.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay, pagoda down.
You already voted.
I did?
It was in between saying goodbye and.
Okay.
Sorry.
Losing track here. But this is actually good because, you know, our Thursday meeting is not going to be that long. Yeah. Love it.
John will find a way. God love him.
Wait a minute.
You can talk about it now when he's not here.
No, I'll say it when he's here.
I can't wait to see him in town tomorrow morning.
I'll say it
And
when
him to
he's
give me a
here.
hard time.
Yeah.
His pulse was at 25.
That's what he said, but did he go to the doctor off island?
No kidding.
He's got
What
his
does that
off eating those
Oh,
Stouffer's
John.
pizzas.
Was
I
he
can tell.
moving?
Oh, so he really does eat
He
those.
eats, he's all,
He was at the doctor and his pulse was 25?
Is it the
This
doctor
is
getting
no
his toenails?
fencing auto cover behind the house.
House
So is
holding
there
it
a-
up already.
Is there a motion there?
I would if you guys want me to. Motion to approve as submitted.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
I worry about him, but.
Yeah, I mean.
He is like the Energizer battery.
Well, he's
I wish
also.
He needs a new
jumpstarted his
battery.
hearing aid batteries, but
We love him just the way he is.
Another one? Which
So
one's
for his birthday.
This is a pool behind that
We just saw
old
it.
house
Oh, the old house.
that you're never gonna see
I got one of those.
because the house is there.
Oh, Jesus.
I would motion to approve this one as well. It's got an auto
Motion
cover.
to approve.
So I left it in front of her eyes.
That is evil.
All right, you're done.
Okay, done. You
The
saw it,
whole
right, Ray?
meeting went this way. We would have been out of here by
Right,
like
well, that's what happens when you
5
got,
o'clock.
when you got alternates working on it.
Yeah, man.
That's right. I was gonna say when you have really good designers doing the whole.
That too,
You should
There she is.
Promote these people.
You know, it's still, you know,
I'm gonna fire my regular members, except for you, Val.
Well, I was like, Val's like tenure.
well, she's the one that just carried all the motions, so she's okay.
Okay, we're good.
All
Okay,
right.
motion to
3 minutes
adjourn.
left.
Really groovy.
I was
Right.
trying.
No,
Wow.
you're sure you're not gonna try
happy
and get
I
yours out of
stayed.
the
Because
He stuck it out.
Well, we have 3 minutes.
No.
Party. Sorry.
I mean,
I
I don't
think we're
mind
done.
knocking
We
off
were very
early.
concerned about her calling you because Matt McEachern, who said he was gonna have really short applications, all of a sudden.
They weren't.
The wheels kind of ground to a
Oh,
halt.
jeez.
It's, here we
man.
go.
No, you reeled me in a little bit.
But you
on that.
stuck it out. Thank you very much.
All right.
I just wanted to give them fair
Thank you
warning.
guys for doing it tonight.
Yeah, sure.
Motion
Nice job, Terry.
to
Oh.
adjourn.
Love it. Okay.
Oh, and to carry the rest of the applications over to Thursday.
Yes, let's do that as 2 separate motions.
Okay.
So the motions to
I'll send you
Thursday.
an invoice.
Yeah,
All those in
whatever.
favor?
That was the easiest.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, now you can motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Good night, Tess.
Okay.
See you later.